Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, hello? Hello? Hello, everyone.
Hello. Welcome to Logging Off League Season 3. Very excited to be back. I am 206 Bones, and I'm here with our new commentator, Zero. Why don't you introduce yourself as well?
Hello, I'm Zero. Very excited to be here. Um, not first time commentating. So hope I do well for you guys.
Yeah, really excited to bring you on board. And we've got some great matches here today. We've got 637 versus Rui Potatoes. And 637 is a really both these teams are really strong. We only 8 teams this season, so all of the teams that we've got here are so strong, and I'm really excited to see what they bring out for us. But just looking at the rosters here for a moment, we've got a lot of great stuff up ahead. 637, we've got Numer, obviously very well known within the community. And Umi, 907 Seconds, Spicy, and Fluorescent on their survivor side, and a lot of stacked stats on there as well. We've possibly some fire investigators here, a lot of stuff that probably pretty in line with the meta. But hopefully some interesting picks as well. And we've got the Dove as our hunter for 637. Moving on to Rui Potatoes. And there we go. Yep, so we've got No Name, NMX, Au revoir, Rui, and for we actually got a dual faction player here on Rui Potatoes, Jerry and Nayla as the hunter. So really excited to see. I think Nayla was actually in on Amy for Koa recently. So some Naiad, Dream Witch, but yeah, very excited to get into these matches today.
Indeed. A lot of familiar faces, a lot of players that we've known before, joining in a tournament again. Um, Excited to see what they can bring to the table, especially because of the recent update. We had a lot of changes to a lot of the meta hunters, and even the weaker hunters have a lot of buffs. So, very excited to see how the changes would impact the ban picks or the strategies used by the teams.
Yeah, hopefully maybe we'll get to see some of that Ripper gameplay. Definitely, I've been experiencing that buff recently. We will not be seeing Peddler in the matches this week or during this tournament. I believe the most recent character that we've got up is Knight. I I think in
It
line
should be,
with
yeah.
current IBL rules. So none of the brand new characters here, but yeah, I'm excited to see if we get to see that Ripper buff in action. We've also got the Hullabaloo nerf as well as Goatman nerf, I believe, to deal with. So that might change things up a little bit for round one, but I would say I feel like we've still got that Hullabaloo, Goatman, Opera Singer, Ivy, Fantastic Four expectation here.
Definitely. But I believe that the survivors should have a lot more room for just for ties and not as the big four hunters wouldn't be as impressive as before, especially the hula balloon nerf. I feel like I played 1 or 2 games. It feels much like just not optimized as before,
Yeah.
especially the free dashes into two. That
Oh,
is, yeah, you can at most stack up to 2 dashes instead of 3, which is huge.
yeah, that's a really big nerf, and that's definitely going to affect our Hullabaloo gameplay early on here. Or, and what that might also do as well is teams don't really have to ban Hullabaloo if he's less of a threat. So I'm interested to see if we end up with a little bit of a change there, maybe a little more Goatman, maybe some more unique picks going on for the first bit. But Yeah, it's very exciting. I really do enjoy it when we end up with kind of these unprecedented nerfs and well, not unprecedented nerfs and buffs, but stuff that we're not going to see in Koa because of the patch updates. So we're, live on server here, and it's interesting to see how these teams are going to have to adapt to those changes in the gameplay in real time, because that update was just the other day. So yeah.
Definitely. It's only been 3 days. Like teams literally only have like 2 or 3 days to experience it in rank, try it out in their customs on their own. A lot of strategies, a lot of ban pick changes could have happened. A lot of ideas could be tested here. I believe this should be the first like, you know, serious tournament in after the latest patch. Um, Yeah, we might even be able to see, as you said, like Ripper buff. People have been hyping it up. I haven't personally, I haven't seen it in rank yet, but like people have been saying that the Ripper buff have been quite insane. So Ripper round three, maybe? Not even a joke anymore.
Yeah, it's not a joke anymore. I have a bad track record with asking for Ripper during these tournaments, and then just never get. I feel like I'm cursed or something, when it comes to Ripper. But hopefully we will see a Ripper, and if not in this first match, we also have a second match up today. That will be Persica Simps versus WWW. And that'll be in just a few hours after this match, and we're going to have Mima and Juliet commentating for that. So definitely, we've got a big weekend up ahead, and we will also be on tomorrow, same time, same place. So be sure to subscribe to Lambo and Lunar channel and keep up with all of our updates that way.
Definitely. Um,
Yeah, the Ripper buff I've actually seen a lot in my matches because I've been grinding quick match instead of rank lately. I'm taking a season off rank right
definitely.
now. But it's been interesting. I feel like the biggest change is that he can stack the foggy blades. And even if it is chip damage, I feel like it's more effective. He's able to use them a lot more with a lot more versatility. I've seen a lot of Rippers kind of use the chip damage or use the chip foggy early on to get a speed boost, and that's been pretty effective for kind of keeping up that speed, keeping up the momentum with the Rippers. So it's interesting. I feel like it's not, I don't know, like from a survivor perspective, I feel like it's more just annoying. um
Yeah.
it's just he's gotten more annoying, but he hasn't necessarily gotten, well, he's gotten stronger, but I would say
Definitely. I
I feel
think
like it's more mind gamey now.
just stat wise, just foggy from 20 to 18 seconds, just stat wise, 2 second buff that is just huge to begin with.
Yeah.
From the videos I've seen, just other people hunting, um, well, before you only get one chance per 20 seconds. Now you get like one chance per 9 seconds. And once you actually see that in gameplay, it looks like there are a lot more chances for you to just throw that foggy out, or simply just at the start of the game throw a foggy out, just half of it, and just get the speed boost, quickly find the first survivor, right? Or after the first dead on chair, just throw a foggy out, just half of them, right? It's so much more efficient. You don't really need to wait for the 20 anymore.
Yeah.
A lot of utility as well. It's somewhat similar to like Gamekeeper Hook Endgame as well, where you can now like chip survivors, chip mercs, right? Just a lot of utility there as well. Um, I still say he suffers from the same weaknesses, which is like just
Hmm.
really, really strong harassment, just antiquarian type harassment, right? But against just regular kiters without a lot of patient time acrobat type movement, fast movement, maybe he's just a lot stronger. against all of these survivors.
Yeah. Looking at the chat here, yeah, some people are using the third ban on Ripper in rank right now. So yeah, he's definitely gotten a lot stronger. And hello to everybody who has joined in the meantime. Once again, I am 206 Bones here with Zero for commentary. We're waiting on 637 versus Rui Potatoes to start, but that should be coming up in just a minute here. We've got Ever Sleeping Town as the map, and 637 will be hunting first.
So, what do you think would be the hunter, first hunter? Treat
I
this
feel
like
like
a golden
we're
apple bet.
oh god, the golden apple bet. That's
Yep.
scary. That's a lot of pressure. But I feel like, we are on Ever Sleeping Town, so that is a pretty strong map for most hunters. I would say, we can definitely be looking at that Goatman. We can be looking at Hullabaloo. Well, we could also see something a little bit more unique, like a breaking wheel, maybe even like geisha, something not really wax artist on Ever Sleeping, but hermit's good on Ever Sleeping. There's a lot of options here, especially with the global bans in play. Teams are going to need to pay attention to that. Now that we have hunter global bans as well, that can definitely throw a wrench in what teams want to select. So I Goatman, Hullabaloo, Opera, Ivy, always very strong picks. Personally, I would love to see something a little more unique for round one, just to kind of get that niche pick in there. High risk, high reward. But yeah, it's very. I love round one with the new global bands and global band pick. It gets more interesting, I feel like.
So we have the first bands in. It should be Seer and First Officer, if not mistaken. First Officer, probably the best rescuer, in my opinion, in round one, just because he's so effective against a Hullabaloo and a Goatman. Sometimes in Koa, he quite often actually gets like a free rescue against a Hullabaloo, which like is crucial, very crucial against a for survivors to get the tie, right? And the Seer just, you know, our support just no matter what the meta is, just it's just always good. Survivor reacted with a Gravekeeper pick and Dancer pick. Dancer just a good round one pick, right? Especially against the Hula. Grave just the second best rescuer after First Officer. Uh, and then
Yeah, and
we
we've got
have the Puppeteer ban. Just an excellent kiter, round one, right? Just 4 hits against the Hula and the Goatman. Just excellent. Survivor responded with a Novelist pick, followed up by a Coordinator ban and a Mechanic pick. I'm kind of surprised that Mechanic isn't picked before the Novelist, and she's not banned as well, just because Mechanic and First Officer, in my opinion, are the best two survivors. As we've seen in Koa as well, could just constantly picked round one and round two, just to target the Hula and Goatman, as her decoding speed is just so quick that it doesn't matter how fast the Hula or Goatman gets the first person. Ciphers, more often than not, are done for the survivors to get the tie.
Yeah, and it's very strong as well that Rui Potatoes were able to lock in that mechanic last, because all the first three survivors of each round are global banned, won't be able to be selected again. So having mechanic in that last slot here, she will be able to be selected again. So that's a very strong pick here from Rui Potatoes on survivors. I'm also excited to see that Novelist coming out here. We've been seeing a lot more Novelist gameplay lately, since he did get a pretty massive buff. I want to say, like, was it last season? A couple seasons ago? I don't remember exactly when it went into play, but the distance buff on the Novelist has been just very, very strong. And we've been seeing him a lot in Koa. We've also been seeing him obviously now, and our hunter pick will be that Goat Man. So Yeah, Goatman round 1, pretty standard, but a safer pick is never a bad thing. And it'll be very exciting to see first LO Goatman.
Definitely. Especially after the nerf, which was slightly reverted, I believe. So Goatman should be retaining his power level. Shouldn't be nerfed too hard, but we'll see it here firsthand how strong Goatman will still be in a meta in a comp setting. We have Tetris spawn for the survivors. And Goatman will spawn right next to the mech and right above the Gravekeeper. Should be trying to find the mech. Mech just needs to rotate into graveyard for kiting, and everyone else just rotate clockwise accordingly. And just a very standard spawn for both the hunter and the survivors. Let's see. I say still the first kite is just extremely important. For a Goatman match, let's see how the Goatman nerf will affect the first kite, as Goatman with his slower cage, slower rage, recharge, right? I believe the nerf was, should
Yeah.
affect his first chase for a little bit. Like if he misses one cage, the third cage or second cage might come much later. So let's see how it would impact the game.
Yep, and we're getting right into it now. Once again, I'm 206 Bones here with Zero for our first match of the day, 637 versus Rui Potatoes. 637 will be hunting Rui Potatoes on the survivor side, and best of luck to both teams.
Good luck indeed. See here.
The Eve loading screen takes it takes a
Yep.
minute.
Oh, it's starting. Have
Here we
Goatman
are.
should be looking for the mech. Yep. Everyone else already rotating accordingly. Mech bolts into graveyard, drop spot. Still have some distance against the Goatman. Goatman's still not using his cage yet because doesn't really have vision against the bot. Takes a chip hit for the bot, just to get some presence and find out where Mech is. One cage down, but Mech is able to get into a pallet. Oh, try to switch. Mech goes through the cage again, dodges the first cage. This should be a hit here. There's no pallets or windows here, but Mech just tries to stall as much time as possible. Doesn't dodge the hit, doesn't get the on-tram as well, but 2 cages already without only 1 hit, very good. No pallets done from the novelist, very unfortunate, might be a little bit too far away. Mech unable to use flywheel, 3 cages down, 3 ciphers at 60% each. But Mechbot is down and alive, so the ciphers aren't too bad for the survivors yet.
Yeah, having that mech bot alive here is going to be huge in terms of keeping the mech on the chair, but it looks like we have brought Abnormal, and we are going to go ahead and Abnormal that Novelist Cypher, as well as forcing him off of it. So very well done by the Goatman here, just pressuring the Cyphers a little bit. Even with that bot on the field, it's effective for now. We'll definitely see if these survivors are able to recuperate that decoding progress, but great rescue there from the Novelist, baiting out the cage, and ooh, not quite able to get that hit on the Mechanic just yet, but unfortunately we will have that go through here. Novelist did have Tide though, so Mechanic will take another minute to go down. Bot still decoding in Graveyard, and Mechanic is going to transition up to the corner here.
I am not so sure about the Mechanic hiding here, actually, because usually in Koa we see after the rescue happens, they just use this tide to die in a corner, right? But the mech didn't really do that, and now she is chaired in another cipher again. Slowing down progress, not so sure about that, but Gravekeeper coming here, just try to use tide, just to buy a little bit more time for survivors. Nice push, should be able to do a free rescue. No, not enough time. Takes a regular hit and just split. I would advise the Mechanic, yeah, just take the hit, take the cage hit. Just run opposite direction as the Gravekeeper. Keep everyone else safe. Just down the corner and try to buy as much time. Oh, a cage here! But Dancer unable to react in time, fix the dodge. No flywheel to dodge the hit as well. That is very, very unfortunate. Before the Novelist only took a chip hit, so it counted as a really good rescue. It slowed down the Goatman's second chase a little bit, but this free hit, I'm not so sure anymore. It's quite dangerous for the survivors now, especially when the Dancer's just right in front. There is a fast box though. Goatman tries to break the box. She should be able to cut out this cage.
Yeah, we've got one cipher remaining here. Novelist is on that, and it does not look like Goatman might know where it is, but Gravekeeper and Novelist are going to have a little bit of trouble rescuing because of that chip damage and that hit. We'll probably see the shovel coming in, or Gravekeeper will stay on. Yep, looks like Gravekeeper is going to stay on the cipher, and they're going to send Novelist in for this rescue. But teleport switch here. And just switching right onto that Gravekeeper, going to use the cage to block off the area. Oh.
Is it?
Oh no!
No!
We got a
First
tram hit in our
hit.
first match. Wow.
No way.
Yup, that is the second hunter on the field. That tram coming in to just knock the Gravekeeper out. Dancer was rescued though, and we are looks like yep we have returned to that cipher. Novelist coming in to keep Goatman at Gravekeeper's chair, but Goatman leaving, looking for the Dancer. And Cypher is prime. Now, Novelist does not have borrowed time, but Gravekeeper does. Yep, and that's going to be the Cypher pop. Very well played here from Rui Potatoes survivors, being able to have the Gravekeeper take that hit. But Novelist, oh, good mind game at the edge of that cage. Ah.
Unable to get a hook. Still takes the hit. Gravekeeper might be in danger as well, but you know, at this point, I think in one man against the Goatman is already like really, really good result. I think the survivors is able to, yeah, the survivors won't hate that result. Gate already open. This Gravekeeper is still kiting. Still not able to down the Gravekeeper. If the Gravekeeper kites long enough for the Novelist to self-heal up, as so, Gravekeeper is still kiting. An excellent mind game from the Gravekeeper here. Goatman isn't really using the cages to block up this narrow path, allowing the Gravekeeper to die in the corner, and I think Novelist should have enough time to run to the other gate. Unless TP happens immediately, Dancer out of the gate, no tinnitus. He knows that survivors out there. He is locking on to Novelist. He doesn't know exactly yet, but Novelist is kind of running into the Goatman here. Novelist no more self-heal. If he goes down here, Gravekeeper might be the next chase. Novelist still kiting. Still kiting strong here. Has it book ready for the Palace Stun. Doesn't use it for Palace Stun. Gets TP back here, and a hit happens. Novelist no more self-heal, but Dancer, the bot is actually opening the other gate.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be a draw.
Is this close? This is going to be close. Oh, the cage is not far enough. Oh, but this ship will down the Gravekeeper, but the bot.
Oh no! Are they going to be able to get out? The bot force healing?
This feels a little bit far away.
Wait, unless...
Oh my God.
Just so close to that gate, but that is going to be a one escape here for Rui Potato survivors. What a play at the end! Just absolutely incredible work from these survivors, and of course incredible work from the Goatman to just keep those survivors on their toes and barely come away with that one escape. That was incredible.
Congratulations to Hunter for getting this free K. Also, well done, survivors. That was really, really good. First kite, free cages, already pretty good, right? Even though the abnormal happened and Mech did kite on other survivors, Cypher progress isn't really that slow. Their coordination was really well. There were no rescuer and kiter running together. Everyone knew which cipher they needed to do. So the ciphers was really, really quick. As we saw as the teleport happened, the ciphers were already done for the novelist to rescue the gravekeeper there. Um, so good job for the survivors.
Yeah, really just very well played on both sides. There's going to be 3 points to 637, 1 point to Rui Potatoes. And heading into the second half of round one, Rui Potatoes will need to get at least a 3-man elimination, if not a 4-man elimination with their hunter in order to win the round. 3-man elimination will tie the round, and that will guarantee us seeing a round three, which will be exciting if we do get guaranteed a round three here in round one, just to see the full potential of these first two teams.
Yeah, definitely. Um, so let's like guess what the hunter's strategy might be, because well, there's two main strategies for round one hunter picks, right? It's either using the hula or goatman, just to try to get the 4K, or you try to use the opera or ivy pick as a niche-ish right round one pick, so that you save the hula baloo and goatman for round two for a stronger pick. Um, I'm curious to see what the hunter would pick, because in this round one, because his team got a one-man escape, it is possible that he could just bring out the Hula Blue or Goatman and try to get for the 4K, because they are still strong hunters, but the nerf might impact that a little bit, so uh, I'm curious to see what our teams, would decide to do here.
Yeah, I almost wonder if we might see that Naiad coming out from Nayla here. I know that he does have that Naiad on lock. I believe we saw it in Koa qualifiers, so it would definitely be a little bit unexpected, I would say, and it might throw 637 survivors off their game to do that. But of course, Hullabaloo, Goatman are very classic, very reliable, especially in this meta, which is absolutely just crazy. So yeah, I'm excited to see. Because we can always play it safe, go for that 3-man, try and go for the 4-man though. You do win the round, so that's yeah. It'll be interesting to see what strategy Rui Potatoes Hunter goes with.
Yeah, definitely. My guess is they will still go for the at least big four hunters, because recently the survivor picking strategy is basically picking the strongest time characters, right? Like just a really strong character, rescuer, maybe some embalmer, maybe some dancer. There's the code, there's rescue, there's almost no like harassment of some sort, right?
Yeah,
Um, it's just really really fast decoding, because like who needs harassment if I can just pop all the ciphers, right? um so traditional hunters might not work against these teams usually. Hermit is a exception against these type of strategies. um but yeah, my guess is that hula baloo and goatman would still be the pick for the hunter side.
mhm. Yeah, I almost wonder, or I guess maybe we can expect to see that mechanic come through again for the survivor picks in this round, because from 637's perspective, I almost wonder if we might see Embalmer as well, just trying to get as many guaranteed escapes as possible. We might see the mechanic and the embalmer even coming out from 637, just trying to guarantee that tie, or at least guarantee, as many survivors up at endgame as possible to try and get, 1-man escape. They'll tie it, but a tie or even a win here would be huge to solidify that lead.
Yeah, definitely 3-1 is you know, it it's good for both teams. Like if this game was a tie or like a four-man, the point difference is huge for it's like really impactful for both teams. So we have
Yeah.
the band picks here. Um, is that mechanic? I can't.
Yep, that is Mechanic and Seer unfortunately being banned. So I feel like I kind of manifested that by saying, "Oh, maybe they'll pick Mechanic." Nope, Mechanic is off the table, as well as Seer and Puppeteer. But we will be seeing the Gardener, First Officer, and Coordinator. So it does look like 637 Survivors might be gearing up for that Opera Singer, Ivy. It's a very standard lineup here.
Yeah, almost in all our Koa matches or just any tournament really. The round one bans and picks almost the same, like 8 survivors, right? Puppeteer, first officer, seer, mechanic, just all these really excellent rescuers, kiters, decoders. Um, Last we see a psychologist here. This team comp very can take a lot of hits, right? Psychologist free hits, Garner basically free hits. First officer not really the best chasing coordinator. Could be targeted with an excitement, but of course she can always just shoot early, which basically is dodging one hit, kind of. Um,
Dodging one
so
hit ideally, as long as the gun isn't missed.
yep. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx
Walls, pallets, window.
it.
Especially at Ever Sleeping, there's so
Random
much
tree, random
debris.
boxes.
Yup. The random pixel
Maybe.
on the side that you couldn't see, but it's still gonna catch the gun.
Yeah. Now we don't talk about that. That never happens in my rank matches. Never, never.
I had a gun like dodge those pixels the other day in quick match as
Yeah.
Hunter. Like I went to go behind a wall and the gun was like, nope, it just went right around the corner and shot me anyway.
The wall was
So
like, I
it
don't
can
want to
always
get
work in
shot.
the yo the wall dodged and I didn't. But hopefully nothing terrible happens to this coordinator. Wishing not wishing too much bad luck
No
on
tram hits.
these survivors.
Tram hits.
No tram hits. No more tram hits.
No.
But I'm definitely interested to see what personas we'll be going with for these survivors. Because I feel like Persona Web here is going to be huge. But yeah, it looks like we are actually going to see another Goat Man, which is never a bad thing. Love seeing my friend Jeff coming out here. But yeah, really the Goat Man versus Goat Man round one. It's kind of been a staple.
I feel like players have gravitated towards Skullman more and more recently. Even in Koa before the patch notes, right? I feel like I've seen a lot more Goman than Hula. And his win
Yeah,
rate is actually like not bad. Is even better than Hula. That's just a feeling. I'm not looking at the stats.
I think it is.
I'm just
I
saying.
think yeah, I think because Hullabaloo, I feel like he's more vulnerable to like kind of everything because of the fact that he can't just hit. There's a lot of I can't remember like off the top of my head, but I know that there's been like end games where you just can't do anything because you can't do a basic hit. So there's 2 survivors at the gate. What are you gonna do? You can't just
Mhm.
hit them out of it because you're Hullabaloo. So I think that Goatman is becoming more of a safe pick, especially as people become more comfortable with him. The chip damage is a little bit intimidating. The cages are crazy, but as soon as people kind of acclimated to that, I feel like he's been a really popular pick. So yeah, but getting into second half of round one here. Once again, I'm 206 Bones here with Zero, and best of luck to both teams. We got 637 in the lead here on Survivor side, and Rui Potatoes looking to answer that 3-1 lead with their Hunter.
Yep. Here we have the loading screen again.
Sorry, we've got the nice Eve music
Yeah.
to go with it.
Alright. The T spawn. Let's see who the Goatman's gonna chase first. Walking towards Numer, playing Gardner with Tide and Windows. No, sorry, that is the psychologist. Psychologist with a Tide build, with a suicide build, with Flywheel and Windows. Early Palestine use kind of running into the Hunter. A very quick hit for the Goatman here. 2 pallets here. Have to break one. One peeper deployed. No.
Oh!
What am I? Mind games happening here. 2 hits is quite quick, but thankfully it is a psychologist who can tank 3 hits, and she still has one more chance to maybe dodge cage, and ciphers would be like really nice if that happens.
Yeah,
Hunter,
looking for the
he's Redland.
cage. Oh, good mind game here from Psychologist. We do have Flywheel up as well, so we might... Oh,
Flywheel.
unfortunately not quite able to get that out in time. That's a fairly early down here. We've got ciphers are over half thanks to it being a psychologist who was chased first, but yeah, 3 hits right away. Very strong start here from Goatman.
I'd say this is kind of the same as last time. Also free cages, but this time the Goatman didn't really have the abnormal to get the temple that he needed. Gardner used the bubble early, already popped. Goatman being very patient here. Put down 2 cages just to block the Gardner. 1 hit. Oh, this cage is slow because it's not next to the chair, but should still be able to get the rescue. Uses the back hop ability. Quickly puts down cage, no animation time, and quickly hits. This time wasn't be able to use this puts survivors in a huge disadvantage.
Yeah, stuffed rescue here is going to be very rough to recover from. But we do have the rescue coming from Coordinator. Oh, Coordinator actually stuck in place here.
Oh no!
We are going to use the gun. She can't get out. But it looks like Goatman's not going to take advantage of that.
Here we go.
Yeah, we do want to go ahead and get the psychologist down, so no time to waste here with Coordinator looking for psychologist. Good mind games. Unfortunately, that flywheel not quite able to be used again, and psychologist will go down a second time.
Even without the abnormal ciphers are much more slower than last time because of the stuffed rescue. It's almost the same as last game, where it's 1 healthy survivor, 1 half F, and 1 shipped. But this time the Gardner is found immediately and doesn't really have flywheel to kite out this cage, so goes down here already immediately. Last game when this happens, there's like half a cipher left, but there's like cages immediately caught the Coordinator just transitioning. Gets a hit again, well-placed cage, not really allowing the Coordinator to get to the pallet at all. As soon as she wants to put the pallet down, she just gets sucked to the other side. One more just assassin mission cages again and again, forcing opponent to rush out as well. A lot of free hits happening for the Goatman here.
Yeah, really
this
aggressive.
This is looking like a 4K.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the approach you need to take. You're looking for not just to answer the 3 points from 637's Hunter, but getting a lead here will be huge for Rui Potatoes, and that is exactly what Goatman is looking for, looking to get that 4-man elimination. First officer with the pocket watch here, but not quite able to escape the hit, but we are going to be able to get that rescue, and we do have Tide Turner in play.
That normal goes down. Ciphers aren't really that ready, and a lot of cage. Hit. Mind game. A black cage for the Goatman. The mind game going crazy for a Coordinator.
Wow.
Able to dodge 1 cage. Can't really vote that window. Yeah, unfortunately, no. And without flywheel, it does go down. Without that abnormal, I'd still say maybe survivors have a chance if Gardner uses her Tide and if Coordinator is able to just kite out some cages, right? But I don't think there is a lot of chance now.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in with first officer down in the corner here. Looks like Gardner might try to come in, or at the very least bait Tinnitus. Dungeon is in the middle, and it would definitely... Survivors can push for a dungeon escape here, but it's gonna be pretty difficult in this situation.
Yeah, in the background there, first officer already used his self-heal. There are tracks here, but that is the Gardner's. The bubble already used. Just trying to teleport to the other side. Unable to teleport to the other side. Gardner already hiding, but there are sticker because she is injured on the ground. Flower used. Very patient from the Goatman here, just waiting for the Gardner to get to the other side. Like, what are you gonna do? I'm just gonna wait. I'm not gonna swing at all. I'm not gonna get mind gamed by you. He just needs to find the first officer. At this point. Ciphers aren't really enough. 2 ciphers remaining with abnormal. I don't think popping ciphers is practical for survivors. Just use the GG strat to push for dungeon. It's probably the best strat now.
Yeah. And are we going to see first officer?
Oh,
No, not
close, close.
quite. Great stealth here from first officer, but we know he's in the area. We've got that tinnitus, but not quite
Hunter
able to
might be
find
a
just where
bonbon
he's
player.
hiding. Yeah. Joseph.
Yep, Joseph player. Oh, first officer walking. Footprints there, but the Goldman didn't catch it.
Gardner just getting closer and closer to bleeding out. If we're able to get the one-man escape here for 637, that would be absolutely huge. But Goatman just looking around, still not able to see. There's a reason he brought those peepers in early game.
Oh yeah, it's it's showing. I bet he wished he could switch it back to. Oh, the head. He saw it. He saw
no!
it. The barrels just aren't. Oh, how is that happening? No wall allowed for the person, but goes through the cage. Not the cage. Just said, I work for survivors now. Only survivors can go through. Dodges one more hit, goes through again, swing and a miss. One more chance.
Oh my god!
Dodges again, drops down. The cage is gone.
Oh!
So much resentment built up for the Go-Man. Doesn't really matter. Both survivors used their selfie already. So congratulations for the Hunter for getting the 4K and getting a 3-point lead for their team.
Yeah, really, really well played from Rui Potatoes Hunter there. Just absolutely great usage of the Goatman, but also the survivors here just not giving up. That's what we love to see. The Koa bleeding out strats, you know, it's never give up, and yeah, really, really effective there. In the end
You
game,
never know
unfortunately,
what
just didn't
happened. What would
quite pan
happen,
out.
right?
Yeah, it was close. It was really close. Gardner was almost bled out there. It was just a little bit more hiding, and that would have gone through. But unfortunately, Goatman just was barely able to sniff out that first officer. But very well played. That's going to be 6-3 here in favor of Rui Potatoes.
Yeah, so 3-point lead is very awkward because you can't exactly tie a game and then win a game. That would only be a 2-point lead. So some 4Ks has to happen, or a 3K plus a free man, which is still difficult in this meta, I believe. Even for round 2, because the presence of Ivy and Opera Singer. Usually it's the hunter attacking, trying to get as much points as possible while the survivors defend. So their best strategies probably have the survivors just again aim for the tie and have the hunter get the 4K, or just get as much as they can, right?
Yeah, you just want to push for as many escapes as possible, as many eliminations as possible, and really, like at this point for 637, it's all or nothing. Losing round 1, you just got round 2 to either, you know, worst case scenario or worst best case scenario, you tie the round and let things get decided in round 3. But for Rui Potatoes, yeah, all they need is to just win this round or tie and then win. So they're in a very strong position heading into the later stages of this match.
They're definitely in a much more relaxed position. They have much more ways, strategies that they can implement, because they don't have to be as aggressive as the other team in getting points. It's just gonna affect the strategy. It's gonna affect them mentally. So, but uh, 637 still isn't out yet though. 3-point lead. It's huge, but not really, right? It's still definitely manageable.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to sub out Spicy on 637, and Umi's going to come in instead. So we've got possibly some more harassment action here from 637. Definitely would be excited to see that. I know that harassers aren't exactly meta right now, but I do love to see a lot more kind of a lot of aggression here would be good to see from 637, because you know, they need as many points as humanly possible, so the ability to kind of pull together and get that get as many points, as many eliminations as possible. I want to see that aggression. I want to see that energy coming through for 637. So hopefully we'll be able to bring that up in the upcoming round, because it's being behind in first round, and Zero was talking about the mentality of it. It's tough being 3 points down, and it can definitely contribute a lot, but it's never over until it's over. That's what I always say, and I've been proven time and time again. I've been commentating for almost 2 years now, which is crazy to say, but it's genuinely, it's never over until it's over, and it's nothing can ever be decided in round one. So being 3 points down, it doesn't mean anything as long as 637 can kind of band together, bring it back. But on the same vein, Rui Potatoes keeping up the energy, keeping up the momentum from round one. Both of these teams are hungry. Both of these teams want to succeed. So I'm excited to see what comes out in round two, because we've already seen such great plays from both of these teams. So I'm very excited to see, as things ramp up, as we've got more global bans, more kind of things to contend with. It'll be just more and more interesting. And once again, we've got Goatman global ban for both teams, so we will not be seeing Goatman again. 637 Survivor side, Gardener, First Officer, and Coordinator will be locked off. And for Rui Potatoes, Gravekeeper, Female Dancer, and Novelist are off the table.
Very strong titers. Locked already, as usually we see Novelist picked fourth for some teams in Koa so that he can be used again. Because if you think about it, with Max Palestine, it's kind of a rechargeable gun if you use it like optimized. Um, but yeah, with that gone, what survivors would you like expect to see? Do you think? Do you think it's just gonna be like standard wildling, just psychologist, puppet still can't be picked, right? Because he's banned and not global banned.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so any bets? Any golden apple bets again?
I definitely I feel like it depends on the map, because if we end up with a map like Church, I guess Chinatown, maybe Moonlit as well. We could be seeing that Fire Investigator come out. I know that we've got quite a few Fire Investigator fans. I think Mima's watching right now. So a little Fire Investigator action would be fun to see. I would also, yeah, the Puppeteer, Psychologist again as well. Really looking at that opera singer, at that Ivy, possibly Hullabaloo coming out. I kind of do want to see a Hullabaloo, because we haven't seen one yet. So Hullabaloo round two, would be, I would say,
I
definitely
think
strong.
Yeah, I think it should still be banned, even though he's nerfed. Theoretically, well, we haven't really seen it in action, but I think theoretically he should still be stronger than Opera and Ivy, just stat wise, just how he performs in Koa.
Mhm.
Uh, we have the map pick would be Moonlit. I think Hua has to be banned here because
Yeah,
he is just so strong on this map.
it's his
Um,
home.
it literally is his home.
It's his Moonlit River home. But yeah, Hullabaloo ban, Goatman Global ban, so that does open the floor for Ivy, Opera. I would say probably more Opera at this point. We've
Definitely.
been seeing Ivy's been kind of getting kicked down the stairs a bit in Koa lately. It's been a little bit
Ivy,
painful for her.
it's a little bit like Dream Witch, right? People often compare her as a Dream
Mhm.
Witch 2.0. It her strong, whether she's strong or not, kind of depends on if the survivors know what they're doing, or with like the chase, where to look, or who to rescue, when to push ciphers, when to heal. It's same with Dream Witch. Dream Witch was so strong, but as more and more techs developed to counter against the patroller, some nerfs happening for her, and like just more general game sense developed for survivors, Dreamwish kind of fallen off slowly and slowly, even without like stat nerfs. So I think this is what happening with Ivy as well, right? As people know,
Yeah.
hey, we can just wait out the detention and open gate. What is she gonna do? She can't get free of us at the same time, and just as more text like baiting tablets happen, especially I think because Moonlight is a huge map. I don't. My bets is on Opera Singer, as even though it's a big map, her speed still is enough for like cipher controls. And in Moonlit, it's a very easy map for his free ciphers, as I've experienced so many times in rank.
Yup.
Kite happens on one side, the other side, all ciphers get popped. One cipher left on just either side, and it's
Yup.
really difficult to pop.
That damn bridge.
Yeah.
That bridge
Just
cipher
splitting
is the
the
bane of my existence.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm definitely I would say opera singer here. So yeah, we could see that wildling psychologist. Wildling, I feel like, is definitely on the table because I feel like he's less likely to get banned. So because he is
Hmm.
just he's wildling. I mean, he's very
It's wildling. What are you
situational.
gonna do?
Yeah.
Just safe rescue, not. Okay. Um.
Yeah. The decoding debuff as well is just very rough. So it's I feel like wildling what I would love to see at some point is Wildling pick for a counter opera comp, and then the hunter goes gamekeeper. That's what I want to see.
Uh,
Because I mean,
so
gamekeeper is pretty good on Moon, or yeah, on Moonlit.
he is.
So
He
I
is still pretty
would,
good.
if we end up seeing a Wildling here, I'm kind of shooting in that direction of
Was there a
go
buff
go
for
Bane.
Gamekeeper?
I
Or
don't.
I just forgot.
Oh, he did get buffed. I think the area of effect on the I can't remember what it's called, but when you slam the hook slam.
Yeah.
The area of effect has been expanded by, I believe, 20%. So it's a little bit bigger and
Okay.
it's got a bigger slowdown for survivors. So it's kind of, I would say it's a little bit like, I don't think it's too noticeable from playing him because
Probably not.
I've been playing him quite a bit lately. It's not too noticeable, but it's a little bit more effective, especially if you're trying to tight guy gamekeeper and you come
Hmm.
up on a pallet and he slams into the pallet, you're going to be a little bit more slow. So I feel like it's going to be good for those pallet mine games for gamekeeper. But I feel like it's more just like quality of life improvement as opposed to something major.
Definitely. We it is a possible Gamekeeper, but we should be still looking at Opera gameplay
Hmm.
here. Yep, we have the Hunter ban. Yep, as expected, Hula is banned. Um, in China, we call Hula Blue the father of Moonlit River Park, right? So makes sense.
Yeah, no, that absolutely he really is.
Yeah, it's literally he came from Moonlit River Park. This is his like main ground.
Yeah, it's his favorite place to be.
Yep. Uh, we see a scene ban and a what is that?
Is that Fire Investigator?
I
Oh, okay, it's Merc.
Yep. So mercenary and
Merc
seer
Seer
pick.
ban.
Uh, rank bans.
Merc Seer
No
ban, and we've got
priestess
Patient.
ban actually. Quite curious to see that. But yeah, survivor responded with a patient and a knight. Still no priestess. I've been seeing a lot less priestess in recent games, and I still don't really understand it.
Oh,
But
wait. I think we might
yes.
be getting a wheel. No
Ah, that makes
priestess?
sense.
No priestess? It's gonna be I think we might be getting a wheel. I think that's the game we're playing here. We are gonna see that perfumer coming out though, which I am very happy to see. I love to see perfumer
Pros-
gameplay. And we've got the prospector as well. So yeah, this is a fun team
this
comp
is
here
making me
from Rui Potato
the
Survivors.
prospector main very happy right now.
Oh, we've got no fourth survivor ban?
The
That's bold.
confidence from
That's very confident.
from the
I
hunter
guess
right
that's the I
now.
don't need to ban priestess here.
Yep, just play whatever you want. I'm still gonna get the 4K as probably yep a wheel pick. Wow,
Yeah.
what a prediction! What a prediction from you.
Yeah,
Um,
I did my research on the players first, but also as soon as that
see,
no priestess, we're on moonlit. That's gonna be a wheel because wheel does counter those priestess portals. So yeah, we are gonna see breaking wheel here in round 2 from 637, and I do believe 637 Hunter is currently the first breaking wheel. So yeah, we've got a strong wheel coming up for us today. But yeah, really I'm excited to see both of these. There's so many characters that I love to see played here. We've got the perfumer, we've got the knight, patient as well, very strong, especially on moonlit, able to get great utilization out of those stops. So yeah, really exciting as we head into the first half of round 2. Once again, Rui Potatoes is in the lead by 3 points. I'm 206 Bones here with 0, and best of luck to both teams.
I feel like Rui Potatoes kind of expected the wheel because they put Perfumer the kind of stronger counter against the wheel on bridge and knight in 2-story instead of the other way around, which is usually what happens. I think they also did their homework on who their opponent's hunters plays. So let's see here.
Mm-hmm. We're
Everyone in
representing the
white.
GG skin.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh, a pause. Right. So who do you think is going to be first chase? Because I feel like all 4 survivors are in a really, really good spot. Prospector just so far away. Knight has 2-story. Just automatically 15 seconds, 20 seconds right off the bat, just by stalling at the window, right? Perfumer,
mm-hmm.
I'd say relatively strong kind of against the wheel. If she just is a little bit more patient with her perfume, maybe. And patient in 4th stop, I don't think any hunter really want to touch that. So honestly, such a great band pick here um, for the Rui Potatoes survivors, I feel like.
Yeah,
Um,
we've got.
yeah, something interesting I noticed as well. I don't think the knight has tied. I think the patient is the only tied. Honestly, fair enough, because I I don't think the patient would be get chased at 4th stop as well.
Yeah.
Um, and Knight has the shield rescue where he gives a chip damage shield for the rescued survivor once per battle, right? Um, so that is kind of a mini tide, and yeah,
Yeah, I'm hoping to see that knight, the knight chip in action here.
and if I remember correctly, I do see a lot of flywheels on the survivors as well. So they are really
Mhm.
well prepared for the wheel on Moonlit, and just not even picking the priestess because they were just expecting the wheel.
Yeah, I'm glad that they were expecting the wheel and got the flywheel out of the way. I feel like I'm excited to see, if we're able to mind game with that flywheel as well, if the hunter is able to kind of anticipate that and play some games with timing the snap. But overall, I mean, I feel like this is a pretty even matchup here, and it's really going to come down to whether these survivors are able to kind of stick together and really
Mhm.
work to keep his attention away from the ciphers, because that's the strongest thing that they're going to have to go against is the potential to camp these ciphers. And as we were talking about earlier, the getting 3 ciphered on moonlit is so easy to do, and with the wheel and his ability to just be at every cipher at once, that's going to be very difficult in the later games if the survivors aren't able to kind of spread out their resources effectively.
Definitely. Game is resuming.
All right.
Um, Wheel is going ahead for the knight first. Yep. Because he probably expected the knight to get tied. So thought no kiting ability, but little does he know, Knight does one spike immediately already. Well done for the wheel. Window bolts is a chance for a trap. Instant trap. Oh my god. What a play.
Wow. And yeah,
I think
no helmets available.
This is exactly what he needs, and I don't think helmets does a lot as well in this situation, as a spike already happening with the Locke's ability, but nice predictions for the Knight, but
Oh,
and he's down already. This is an even faster chase than the Goatman, and
yeah.
I'd say Wheel is a better snowballing hunter than a Goatman as well. The closest survivor here is Prospector. Doesn't really have time, but well, it is a Prospector. He could potentially harass for something here. Wheel doesn't really see the Prospector yet. Prospector doing a good job hiding. Starts to go in. Wheel not noticing it yet. Hides again.
Yeah, at this point, it looks like we might just be trying to patronize, but no, Prospector is coming in. We've got one spike. And, ooh, good rescue right before half, but unfortunately we're not quite going to get that predict in. And, ooh, nice stun to harass, though. We did get the, yeah, hit on Prospector, and we're back on the Knight, looking for a spike. Wheel does have Insolence as well as Trump Card, so no detention here, but that's how we were able to get the snap so fast on the Knight. And that is going to be 2 spikes here. Will we be able to get the snap? Or Knight does have Flywheel. Oh, we are going to Flywheel the snap!
Excellent play from the Knight here, and he did it without looking at the Wheel, I believe, because Wheel was behind the wall. Dodges the trap, but unfortunately no Cal in front of him. That he can reach, so just dies in the corner. I'd say this is the fight that they needed, even though the Wheel's full presence right now. This time, I think he kind of over 20 seconds, which is longer than time, and it kind of just made up for the short time at the first.
Yeah, let them get a lot of their Cypher progress back. We are still missing a Cypher, and Wheel is going out to pressure the Prospector on Cypher as well. Patient is coming in, and he does have Tide here. We are going to use that Flywheel a little early. Still get the basic hit, though, and that will be our second rescue on the Knight. Now, with Tide Turner, we do have that 20 seconds in play. One spike. Are we going to be able to get the second? Knight is also out of resources.
I doubt this Knight is going to live until Tide. Oh,
yeah.
Like 1 or 2 seconds off of that, which is pretty good. One Cypher left. Not as bad. They can definitely still do something, but it depends on if the Wheel finds the next target early enough.
Yeah.
Patient did get spotted out from Wanted Order, which should be the Wheel's next target here.
Yep, we might see... Okay, it looks like we didn't see the Prospector, but Patient... Yep, we are going to see Patient here. And with no Flywheel online, Patient is just going to go straight down with that spike.
That full presence stopped his hook. He tried to hook there.
Oh,
I think that actually ate his hook. That is so unfortunate. Brought an excitement, probably for the Prospector also. But, no use still. Wheel opting not to camp, just going straight for the Perfumer. But Perfumer already halfway through the bridge. Wheel still a little bit lost. Oh, there's no one here. Perfumer.
Yep.
But Wheel being Wheel just quickly goes back to the chair before Perfumer was able to get the rescue. Perfumer uses the Perfume to dodge, but unfortunately Patient is not that lucky. And able to use his hook as well. TP happens, insta magnet from the Prospector, enabling him to get to the Flywheel dodges the first peasants. Oh my god, these survivors, they all know how to dodge the snap. That is excellent play. And Patient lives again, uses a hook to gain distance. I think another Flywheel, but this time he didn't really have full presence.
Oh!
Dodges a hit. Excellent mind game from Patient here. Just a little bit more hiding time. Decides to not chase the Patient anymore. He goes for the Prospector that's on this Cypher.
Yeah, at this point, he's really just playing the game of wanting to keep these survivors off the ciphers as much as possible. I believe it's the one in two-story here that's at 60%, 30% on the other cipher across the map. So the ciphers are fairly spread out here. There is that cipher all the way over at the tent that they can work on out of the way, but unfortunately, Prospector is going to go down to the snap. And we will go ahead and share. No more of the slug game, at least for now.
So you can see already have a survivor here by the chair, just denying the wheel to stuff them really early out. Already here, especially with a perfumer with perfume with flywheel, should not be stuck for the wheel. Just another flywheel from the perfumer not allowing the hunter to snap so that she's half health and unable to rescue. Nice stun here. Just stalling a little bit more time. Does get trapped and a hit. But looking at the ciphers, already primed.
Nearly primed. Oh, but we're going to use the teleport. Oh, and he was able to pop the cipher before going down.
This could go anywhere now.
Yeah.
Hunter doesn't really have the tension, but it's a wheel. He doesn't really need it. Perfumer should be able to kite a little bit still because she has a perfume. Unable to find the perfumer, that is just standing in plain sight, but they thought they would be like a little bit more careful in hiding in two-story. Goes to check the gate. Should be able to find Prospector. Perfumer probably going in for the rescue now. Finally dodges the full presence again. Oh, the trap slowed Prospector down, and the magnet was not able to trigger in time. And you were right, Patient did just got eliminated by the rocket chair. Perfumer wasn't able to rescue him.
I don't think we're going to be able to. We're not going to be able to make it to that other exit gate in time. So this will be another one-man escape for Rui Potatoes survivors. Very well played through this end game, but also just the power of the wheel. Just very exciting to see. I think that the kind of the line between 4K and 3K there was that Knight just getting a little bit of an extra kite between those chairs. And allowing the survivors to stay spread out, as well as keeping that cipher on the other side of the map and not getting cipher locked here. That was the most important thing, and they did manage to do it. So very, very well played.
I would also like to bring out the importance of that flywheel from Prospector in two-story there, because without that flywheel, he would have died on last cipher, and the cipher I believe is on the other side of the map, and it's only like 10%, 20%. That would be a 4K situation for them. But because he lived, the other two survivors were able to heal. Patient afterwards were able to use two hooks just to stall for that 20, 30 seconds, which is exactly how much they need to get the ciphers ready. And as well with the perfumer just being there beside the chair, not allowing any camping potential for the wheel as well. Just great handling overall for every survivor. Even faced with such a stressful situation, right? Because usually in rank, if we see a teammate dies 30 seconds, 40 seconds just quickly into the game, we'll be like, oh no, it's over. It's a wheel. It's a snowball character. What do we do? But like in competitive here with like proper coordination, anything can happen. They successfully turned this like seemingly 4K situation into almost time, right?
Yeah, it was so close to that tie. It's just the wheel being able to move so fast, but not quite fast enough to catch up to that other gate. So yeah, just really well played. And that's just the way to do it on Moonlit River. You know, you want to force the hunter to kind of camp both gates, and when you have a hunter who can't effectively camp both gates because of the distance between them, it is you know, there's only so much you can do even with how fast that wheel is. So being able to use that against the wheel is very effective from the survivors.
Well
But
done,
once again,
survivors indeed.
Yeah, and once again, that does put us in a 3-1 position here, which does mean Rui Potatoes Hunter once again needs to get that 4-man elimination to win it all right now. If we do end up with a 3-man elimination, we will head into round 3. Anything else, 637 will win the round and will also head into round 3. But we do have that 4-man elimination win condition for Rui Potatoes here. The stakes are high heading into the second half of round 2.
Anything can happen still. It now depends on how this match will go.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of survivors, a lot of strong survivors, really, on this map are still available for 637. Um, yeah, as we've seen, patient picks, acrobat picks, just extremely effective, right? Um, Again, I'd still say we should be picking a team that is countering the opera. I'm still thinking about the opera pick because she is just still such a solid pick in Moonlit River Park. Um, we have just Officer Gardner and Novelist already, or was that a coordinator? Uh, Global band. So curious to see what rescuers they might pick. Um, as we said, maybe Wildling Mercenary still viable. Gravekeeper still excellent pick. Knight even. Uh, Knight pick might be less effective on Moonlit just because he can't really gain distance like Mercenary or Wildling does. But still not a bad pick. Especially in Moonlit is such a big map that sometimes if you're not right next to the chair, like we've seen Perfumer and Prospector do for the rescue might be quite difficult. And if it's Hunter that can have very fast mobility, such as Weo or Opera or even Ivy, stuff might happen. And that is
Mm-hmm.
not what the survivors would want. Um,
Yeah, I definitely I feel like, maybe we could come out with an aeroplanist here. I'd like to see an aeroplanist before the
mhm.
match is over. Um but he did get banned last round, or last match. So I would say I feel like he might be either picked or banned here. He is very strong on Moonlit. He's just kind of strong in general. We've been seeing more and more aeroplanists lately. Because of that. He I feel like he's just more versatile patient, and that's what a lot of people like about him. I I feel like he's more effective if he's got like a cheerleader or somebody else on the team to support him because of just how long the cooldown can get for the jetpack. It's 15 seconds, which is kind of ridiculous. But yeah, I do hope we see that's my golden apple pick for the round is aeroplanist.
See, I see. As for me, I already saw the Prospector pick last round. I'm already satisfied. I get to see some Prospector gameplay here. And I'd say it worked quite well last game. A
Hmm.
lot of stuns happening. Just a little bit more time, right, for the survivors to kind of a little bit longer, and that's exactly what they needed. So maybe 637, they might consider bringing a harasser as well, just in case, of any accidents happening. A harassment, a good harassment can bring the tides back in survivor's favor. Or, um, they, yeah, I think they should be bringing some sort of harassment because they are down in points at the moment. Um,
Hmm.
at least for last round, and they need to be more aggressive this round. I feel like they were almost there last round. I think it's just very unfortunate stuff that happened, but um, new game, right? They can show us again what they're capable of. We have Embalmer and Searban. The header is like uh, Seer support still very strong. And Embalmer is still such a strong survivor for not only ties but Freeman as well, and
Mm-hmm.
Huablu banned from the survivors. Not that surprise of a ban. And once again, we see Prospector being picked along with Mercenary. Mercenary, well, it's either Mercenary or Wildling or Knight, really, realistically. Last time Mercenary was banned, this time survivors noticed it and got it immediately. Same with Prospector. Excited to see what he can bring out to the game this time.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely excited to see that harassment here. Because yeah, as you were saying, like they need to be aggressive. They need to get at least a one-man escape in order to continue into round 3. Otherwise, Rui Potatoes is going to win it all. So, yeah, stakes. The stakes are pretty high. It looks like that is going to be a psychologist ban. Um.
Puppet
So
is
yeah,
available though.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh, yep.
speak of the devil.
Immediately. Immediately, we
It's
are going to see
either
that
Psych or
puppeteer.
Puppet.
Yep.
Pick your
Just want to be
poison.
able to take as many hits as possible. Puppeteer, great for that as well. And for the last pick, I feel like I don't know. I feel like we could go a little bit squishier. We do obviously Mech hasn't been banned yet.
No, I don't think so. No.
So yeah, Mech has not been banned yet. So unless she gets banned here, which I probably just spoke into existence, we might see that. But oh, it looks like we're
Interesting.
gonna ban the prisoner.
Prisoner
So
ban.
mechanic is open. Mechanic is open if we want to get a little bit of decoding in here.
Oh, and we see Acrobat.
Yep, looks like we're gonna go
Basically,
acrobat instead.
the other version of Patient.
Yep. And acrobat is a
Pretty.
strong pick though.
It is. Pretty balanced team
Moonlight's great
comp.
for
Everyone
Hullabaloo.
can kite.
Yeah. I feel like that might be the main concern here of 637 survivors is be like ensuring that everybody can kite because they need to prolong that first kite as long as possible. Don't let the hunter get any presence. Don't let the hunter switch targets and disrupt the decoding. Faster the decoding is, faster that prospector can be freed up for some harassment as well. So yeah, I feel it's very important here that all of the survivors on this team do have a little bit of kiting to work with. And it also throws off the hunter because, who do you go for? Do you go for Acrobat? This is his home. Definitely going to spawn him probably at fourth stop. Puppeteer is just going to take a bunch of hits. Prospector with the harassment. I feel like Prospector might be the weakest target here, but it really depends on that hunter pick. And then, of course, Mercenary is just Mercenary. The delayed damage.
Yeah. Even if you get a Terror Shock 10 seconds into the game, you still have to wait 16 seconds for him to really go down. Um, yeah, no, I definitely agree with the analysis. Prospectors should be the best chase here. It's a risky chase though, because if he
Mhm.
does get a few good magnets off, one or two, it's just enough to prolong the kite for till 2.5 ciphers, 3 ciphers maybe. My guess is that he's gonna spawn first stop and just take coaster if things goes wrong. Acrobat maybe spawning fourth. Puppeteer, two story, and
Ooh.
just regular Merc spawn, and we're gonna see a Ripper in round
Yeah,
two. Oh
Ripper
my
round
goodness!
2. Confident about that 4K potential here from Rui Potatoes on that new Ripper buff. So, yeah, we're going to get to see it in action right away.
Oh my
I
god!
guess
I'm very
maybe I've
excited for
broken my
this.
Ripper curse.
Yeah, it's today's the day. You got your
Today's the
wish.
day.
It's Ripper.
It is. Yeah, I'm excited to see because we do have that chip damage in play now against a mercenary, against the puppeteer. I would say that's probably why we didn't ban the puppeteer. Because we do have that chip damage potential. It's yeah, it's a little bit. I feel like it's kind of twofold here because Ripper, obviously, I mean, it's Ripper. We all know kind of the tier that Ripper sits at, but you've got the mind game of the new buff, and it's very mind gamey. I feel like it's a little more difficult to tell what the hunter's going to do next, whether it's going to be a full hit or a chip on the foggy. So yeah, a lot of I feel like it's the element of surprise here is really going to be in the hunter's favor.
definitely. Ripper has been weak just because how mind gameable everything is. If you manage to dodge a Foggy, you have such a huge advantage, right? But now he gets a Foggy every 9 seconds, a chip. He has so much more room for error. Excited
Mhm.
to see how he would play into a competitive setting now. Um, Especially with this sort of surprise pick. Honestly, kind of countering Puppet and Mercenary at the same time. Um, just an overall really great pick. And the light attack that he does is like really, really quick. So I'm also excited to see if the Puppet is a really, really a good like counterplay to it anymore. But then
Yeah,
again, as I've mentioned before the match, Prospector, the stun that to break the invisibility, still quite powerful. Still is a weakness of Ripper, so excited to see how the survivors would deal with the Ripper on Moonlit.
yeah, and heading into round 2, second half, once again, Rui Potatoes does have the lead here, so if they are able to get a 4-man elimination with this Ripper, it will be over, and Rui Potatoes will move on to the next round. 637, if they're able to get a 1... Ooh, Evil Eye Host!
What is this is sick skin.
Yeah, best Ripper skin in my opinion.
Oh,
But yeah, high stakes here. Once again, I'm 206 bones with 0, and best of luck to both teams. We are going to use that chip hit right away just to get a little bit of speed out the gate and heading up on Puppeteer, but
oh.
actually we're going to bypass Puppeteer, it looks like?
I think the puppeteer already vaulted down and started rotating already, or he just completely didn't fall for it. No,
Yeah,
we're
I
gonna
think he
see
didn't
Prospector
fall.
instead.
Yeah.
Um, because Decipher was locked. Hunter looking down at the screen just blindly swings a bogey for the speed boost on potential hit, potential chip. Oh, what
Ooh.
a already chip happening. Stuns happens. Another foggy ready already. Oh my god, this Ripper Monk is
Wow.
actually going crazy.
Yeah.
Already half health.
We've got another chip foggy up. Are we going to be able to use it here? Yes, that is going to connect. And another
Prospector
chip foggy in
does
just a second.
have a magnet though. Should be able to do some sort of long stun maybe here.
Oh,
Tries to foggy. Oh, but the bench blocked it. But he does have another one. Dodges it. He has flywheel. Oh, fakes the vault with the emoji there. Flywheel happens. Able to dodge one hit. Ripper does have warp. Tiny time is starting to build up, but a fast attack. Oh, new animation for attack recovery. Very cool here. One cipher popped. Um, Still not that quick of a chase than Goatman or Hula Baloo, but it is a Ripper with camping potential. It is a Merc, which almost guarantees rescue, but a double down could happen anytime.
Yeah, very well played here from Ripper early on. Exciting to see the chip damage. Are we going to be able to get the... Okay, yup, chip on the Mercenary. Will
One
we
chip?
get the double hit? Yes, we will get the double hit as well! Looking for right before half, and it will go through, but Mercenary has taken 2 hits here, and will be going down once Tide Turner is up. Prospector back up, though. We do have a Magnet in play, and we'll just have to see how long he survives for. Ooh, great
Nice
stun!
stun bear, but a swing from the fast attack just guarantees a chip hit. Window Vault able to dodge the chip hit, but another one is almost already up, but Prospector already kiting over the high time, which is just no good for the survivors. Unable to mind game, unfortunately, unable to mind game for the pallet, takes a hit and goes down. Mercenary still in the vicinity, not the best for the survivors. They have to have someone to come here and get the Prospector. Ciphers are going quite far, even though it is a double down for the Merc, which paused it for a little bit. Acrobat slowly coming in. Mercenary uses self heal. Acrobat holding the red bomb, trying to just use it to get closer to the chair. Uses main fog and a double hit. Acrobat able to tank it. It just depends on if the Prospector can kite here. He does have a magnet, both window and flywheel, and a magnet boost. Misses
just
chip
barely
hit.
missing that chip. Got the magnet
Magnet
up,
here.
looking for the stun. Almost that one Cypher remaining. But it doesn't look like we'll be able to go. Oh, great flywheel, but not
Excellent
quite.
play.
Oh!
A blink forced out from the Ripper here.
Switching?
No more warp.
Yeah, switching from warp to blink is interesting.
I think.
I feel like
it's
I'm worried about
necessary,
endgame. Yeah.
Because the next foggy would be in like 18 seconds, and 18 seconds might be enough to pop that Cypher. But the Cypher stops for a little bit, finds the Acrobat, takes a chip hit already. What a prediction, and then the swing immediately gets the Acrobat down. What a play, what a chase from the Ripper here.
Yeah, Ripper Chase is just so strong now with the kind of queuing the chips. So it looks like we've got Puppeteer in the area, Mercenary as well. Cypher only at 90%, and we are going to be able to get the double hit. Wow!
As I've said before, the chip hit against the Merc, it showed it here. Puppeteer immediately trying to get closer to here. Does have 4 chances, but Ripper being Ripper now, he can just chip the puppet. Mind game chip hits, gets the rescue. Cypher isn't primed yet. Acrobat needs to survive a little bit longer, knowing that flywheel dodges the foggy. No one at the Cypher yet. Puppeteer goes down. Mercenary already used his selfie. This is looking like a 4K for the Hunter, which is really not ideal for the survivors because they at least need 1 man out. It is still possible. Puppets still have self-heal, and Cyphers is almost primed, so let's see how they will deal with this situation here.
Yeah, Acrobat just needs to stay out of the Ripper's line of sight, but it looks like we may have caught sight of the blood trail. Acrobat heading into 2-story. Did we? Oh, no. Puppeteer using the self-heal, going for the chair.
Both Puppet... Oh, he dodged it. Oh, he just opts to be safe and use the Puppeteer. I'd say he didn't need to use it because it's a chip anyways.
Yeah.
Oh, misses a hit.
Oh, no. Oh, and he doesn't have borrowed time.
Wait, he doesn't have self-heal.
He doesn't have self-heal or borrow time, yeah. So, yeah, now Ripper can just go for Acrobat. Doesn't have to worry about anything.
Hide until the puppet bleeds out.
He does still have... Oh.
Link gets the hit and successfully gets the 4K. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations to Rui Potatoes, our first winner of Logging Off League Season 3. Very well played.
Well played indeed, and Ripper getting them the 4K. Who would have expected? Not me.
A week ago, not me. But after this buff, I feel like we are in a world where Ripper can come out and just 4K like that. That was absolutely incredible. Really wanted to point out the chip hit on Mercenary, like just at such close range, followed by that down, was just really well done. And just it's crazy that we're in a world where Ripper might be meta coming into the next competitive season.
Yeah, we just see how effective those chip hits are. Like, technically the ciphers aren't really that slow, but as the chip hit, as the builds up for the Puppeteer and the Merc, it just stacks up and it just gets to a more disadvantage as time goes on for the survivors, and Ripper able to catch an opportunity to down the Merc without being the Cypher primed yet. Just really well played for the Ripper here. Really showing us what the new buffed Ripper can do.
With Evil Eye Host, which is always... I love that skin so much. I'm just excited to see it. Alright, but we are going to start winding down, heading into the next round in just a bit. We will be heading to intermission, but thank you all so much for coming to this first match, but don't go anywhere, because we will be having another match very soon. We've got Persica Simps versus WWW, commentated by Mima as well as Juliet. Mima, if you're still in the chat, Juliet as well, actually, in the chat, I'm seeing now. So, yeah, do stay tuned, support everybody else. I will also be in the chat. And Zero, great commentating with you today. And anything else you want to say?
Same as well. It's been an honor being here, commentating. Congratulations to Rui Potatoes for winning. And 637, also just great performance as well. Thank you both teams for providing us with this match, and thank you everyone for watching. It's been really fun commentating with this new meta here. A lot of exciting
Yeah.
moments here. Yeah.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon. February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected. But all that greets him is... Run! altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much-anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected. But all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much-anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected. But all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy.
of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth.
Beware the moon.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected. But all that greets him is
Run! It's an earthquake!
this obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever.
In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much-anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected. But all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up. We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever.
In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth.
Beware the moon.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much-anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected, but all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever.
In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth.
Beware the moon.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much-anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected, but all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever.
In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth.
Beware the moon.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much-anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected, but all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot miss this chance to to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much-anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected. But all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever.
In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth.
Beware the moon.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much-anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected. But all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. changed forever.
In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth.
Beware the moon.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much-anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected. But all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever.
In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth.
Beware the moon.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much-anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected. But all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up. We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever.
In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much-anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected. But all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever.
In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth.
Beware the moon.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much-anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected, but all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever.
In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth.
Beware the moon.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much-anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected, but all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever.
In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth.
Beware the moon.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected, but all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up! We cannot cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever.
In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth.
Beware the moon.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected. But all that greets him is...
Run! It's an earthquake!
This obsession with returning home altered the island's course. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber. Wake up. We cannot miss this chance to change the weather again.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
February 11th. A fierce wind scattered the clouds. At last, I found it, up high in the skies, thousands of miles above the ground. That land. Just like the tall tales rolling off that fibber's tongue, a floating island is driven by the wind. No, a floating island fueled by endless inspiration. These tulip fields are not merely for show. They provide the foundation for everything. Precious oxygen. Fireflies gather here with devotion. In this place, pragmatic soul and the spirit of creativity never clash. The much anticipated debut arrives. The power is finally connected. But all that greets him is
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for day one, week one of Logging Off League Season 3. I'm Juliet here with Mima, and we will be your commentators for the second matchup today between WWW and Persica Simp.
Yeah, welcome in everybody. Glad to have you back here, be it for the tournament or just for the stream. I hope everyone was able to grab some snacks and get some water, maybe squeeze in your 5v5s while you were waiting. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this matchup, and I'm glad to be commentating here with Juliet again.
Yeah, I'm super excited to be back here. My commentary debut was Logging Off League Season 2. Fantastic tournament there, and it's really nice to be back for Season 3, getting to see a bunch of fantastic teams and fantastic plays, especially with all the new meta and new changes. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of a tourney server like the official tournaments do, which means that all of those adjustments to both maps and characters are live today. So we are going to be in for a treat seeing new reworks. We already did see in our last matchup between 637 and Rui Potatoes the new reworked Ripper, and that was an exciting match. I cannot wait to see what the rest of these teams have in store for us today.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad we were able to see a little bit of that adjustment for the Ripper. I believe we saw a bit for the Survivors as well. I believe Mechanic and Gravekeeper were also adjusted, and we did see them picked in the previous matchup as well. I'm definitely hoping for some reworked Hunters to be on the line as well. Um, I think I'm going to call the shots a little bit early, but I know a really big adjustment was with Bonbon and the camp. So
Mm-hmm.
I think I would definitely love to see some of that moving forward. And it's going to be great seeing these teams because we have a mix of players we haven't quite seen yet for logging off, but definitely some familiar faces as well. So yeah, as we head into our round one, I'm just really looking forward to seeing how this plays out, especially keeping up this excitement for competitive Identity 5 in between the group stage and the final stage for Koa as well.
Oh yeah, there is a lot of tourney to catch up on, whether you're here on the local scene with us or you're watching those official streams with the global matches. Make sure you tune in. We will be running our semifinals the same weekend as Koa finals, but we shouldn't have to worry about any times coinciding. So you can catch both in one day, which, I mean, who doesn't love a tourney double feature, you know?
Exactly. And if Koa is a little bit late for your time zone, then of course you'll always have Logging Off League to tune into.
Exactly. And speaking of Koa, we are actually going to be following the same rule book as Koa currently has, which means we will be following the global ban system. So that means every single round, the first 3 survivors picked and each hunter picked will no longer be playable. We also will be having map bans for the first 3 rounds too. This will be a best of 3 match, so it'll be decided by rounds first and then by points with going into overtime if need be.
Yeah, definitely. And another thing to note is that our cutoff for playable characters is going to be the meteorologist. So any subsequent characters that have been released since meteorologist debut will not be allowed to be played in this tournament. But hopefully, our players, anyone interested now, um, will be practicing all of these newer characters like the archer and the peddler, who just recently
Oh.
made her debut as well. Maybe for a next logging off, but I'm getting ahead of myself here.
No, yeah, the peddler, from what I've seen, she is a ton of fun to play. A very, definitely, she has a very unique playstyle. I really like the fact that she can go through obstacles. It's
Mhm.
really cool that they've added a hunter that can finally do that. As tricky as it can be when they introduce new hunters, I do love that they're experimenting more with the classic formula. You know, the past few hunters we've had, Goatman is able to block off those little portal areas around in those cages. Hullabaloo doesn't have the usual attack system. You have to use his bombs in order to launch hits on people. And then, of course, there's the peddler who interferes with the stage itself and the obstacles on the map itself. It's a lot of fun to see the way that NetEase is working with the game that we've come to know and love, and coming up with new challenging ways to make everyone kind of rethink how they play it when they go into a match.
Definitely. Sorry, I'm just trying to adjust my mic here. It's been a while since I've kind of sat in front of it, but
Oh, no worries, no worries.
all right.
Sorry.
Yeah, no. I love our staff. I really hope that everyone enjoys how we've set things up for the tournament. The staff has been really hard at work. Our hosts, they've been grinding. And our staff is really working so hard and fast, like behind the curtains. And I'm just really proud of everyone. And even just getting them to chime in here while we're live, it makes me so happy.
Yeah, a big thank you to everyone throwing on this tournament. Thank you to Logging Off League, all our staff, our hosts, our VC mods, our band pick mods, all of our fellow commentators, you, Mima, of course, and of course all our teams for signing up. We had so many teams sign up, and we've had such an amazing support. I mean, I see people sharing the links to our stream. I've seen a bunch of familiar faces that I've seen been playing for years, a bunch of newcomers who are also just as impressive. It's really cool to see such a positive outpouring of support and community here, especially when you know that sometimes the competitive scene can be a little rough or almost non-existent, especially in the NAE region. It's really nice to be able to see our players shine and just show that NAU does have something to bring to the table too. There's a reason why they let us take 2 spots at COA every year.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't have said it any better myself. And it's just an honor to be up here and to get to watch these teams play against one another. And just knowing that they've prepared for this, and we're having all sorts of different players from our region play against one another. Honestly, even just knowing that we did have like such a variety of applicants as well, uh, really warms my heart. And I think there's a lot more high hopes for NAEU than people make it out to be. So hopefully, as we continue to watch these teams and support our player base, this is going to be a more common sentiment, and we can definitely enjoy all the more altogether.
I could not agree more. There is such a demand, I think, for a more competitive scene. There's the Login Off League tournament. There are several other tournaments that have been popping up around, especially, and I'm sure there's going to be several more, especially with the summer coming up. Make sure to keep your eyes and ears peeled. Make sure you're paying attention, because there is a lot of good coming up. We do have the summer IVT coming up for official things, but there's always grassroots tournaments like this one out and about. So please make sure you're supporting your local scene just as much as you're supporting the official scene, because when we work together like this, we can bring out really awesome tournaments just like this one.
Definitely. Yeah, unfortunately, we won't be having those golden apples, but if you haven't already, make sure that you cast your predictions for the upcoming final stage as well, now that I think of it. I think we forgot to cover it previously, but there's definitely a lot of things that there's still to predict. If you haven't already,
Oh,
you
yeah.
might want to use your golden apples to buy your graffitis for any team that you'd like to support or add to your collection. I know for me personally, I do love to collect the Zeta graffitis.
I know I have a problem. I like to get the character graffitis.
Mhm.
I really should start getting more team graffitis, but the problem is it's so hard to pick who to root for, because there are just so
Oh
many
yeah.
good teams out there. Uh, I've been sorry.
That's you.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of also looking at the stats too. It's a lot of fun if you look at the predictions for group stage, you could see which characters were played the most, which characters were barely played at all. And in fact,
Mhm.
it's really interesting. Mad Eyes and Batter were the
the unique sort of breakable walls. Well, I did until I ranked the other day and I got hit with one of them.
Oh
But
no!
that's not for everyone.
Yeah, those could be a blessing or a curse. I mean, we all know and love and or loathe that ever sleeping tram.
Oh yeah, we
But
saw a little bit
the
of that in the previous
oh
bracket.
yes, that poor gravekeeper. But yeah, the Red Church's walls are like a sleeper sort of obstacle you can use
Mhm.
whenever it's available for. Oh, I'm rambling. My bad. They're
No.
basically a good obstacle to use, just very tricky to use because you have to be so precise with them. But when they can land, they can be either a huge help or a huge hindrance. And overall, considering our round one meta, it does make a lot of sense to go with a map like this. But we are getting into our band picks. We've started off with bands for the first officer, seer, and psychologist. And our first three survivors locked in are mechanic, gravekeeper, and puppeteer, meaning that Persica Simp will not be able to pick these survivors going forward.
Mhm. Though I definitely do like this lineup. It's quite tanky, and Red Church is definitely a fun map to be able to have mechanic on. The ciphers, regardless of the way that they spawn, they're quite close enough for uh, lots of room for where you're going to plan out your ciphers with the bot. And not only will you be able to kind of decode with both the mech and the bot if they're not happen to be pursued, there's definitely room to take over ciphers for your teammates as well. And it does look like we are going to be having our last Bannon pick here with the coordinator getting taken off the table, but in turn, we're going to be having the Antiquarian. It's going to be great to see a harasser come forward with this team comp, especially with someone squishier like the mechanic. And of course, we have the puppeteer and gravekeeper really able to tank those hits. And of course, as we mentioned earlier, we are going to be live with those recent adjustments. So the gravekeeper will definitely have some more leeway with the shovel, regardless of who the hunter is going to end up choosing.
Yeah, overall, this is a very solid team. Really not surprising picks for round one, especially too.
Mhm.
I mean, the Gravekeeper is a very popular round one pick. He's very strong against current round one meta, which is Hullabaloo or Goatman. Puppeteer is always a very strong kiter, able to use that puppet to get chip hits if you play your cards right. You can basically take up to 3 hits before you go down. Mechanic, unfortunately, she does have that nerf live, so she has gone back to getting a reduction of 30% decoding whenever someone is hit, but she still has that bot which allows you to decode, heal, and all that other good stuff. And the Antiquarian, of course, she is a fantastic harasser, really good at close combat, delaying a hunter's attack while. And it looks like our hunter pick is going to be Hullabaloo.
All right, this is definitely going to be super exciting. What a way to start off our bracket here. We are going to go for a T spawn, of course. And uh, honestly, with this team setup, I feel like it was a pretty solid choice, both with the possibility of a Hullabaloo and a Goatman. And it does look like we are going to be having Hullabaloo spawning in between the breakables with Mechanic pretty close in center.
Yeah, it looks like Mechanic is going to be our first target. We always want to get that decoder out of the way. Of course, we
Mhm.
could always go for that Puppeteer as well. Maybe pursue the Gravekeeper, try to get him to use up at least a bit of one of his shovels. Similarly, how the first officer will get his pocket watch baited off pretty often. Overall, there's a lot of potential here. Very solid decoding as well. It's only the Gravekeeper, I believe, who gets a decoding debuff until someone gets hit. Then the Mechanic is hit with one. And the
Mhm.
Antiquarian does have debuff only at the exit gate. So as long as these survivors can continue to Cypher Rush and just contain Hullabaloo for as long as possible, it'll be to their benefit, especially considering what a strong hunter Hullabaloo is.
Absolutely. All right, now we are heading into our first half of round one. This is going to be the Persica Simps survivors up against the WWW Hunter. My name is Mima, and I am joined with Juliet. And good luck to both teams.
Yes, good luck to both teams, and we are spawning in right now with Hullabaloo. Now remember, folks, Hullabaloo does not have the usual attack that a regular hunter might have. He does have to land 3 different hits with those different colored stages, which he is trying to do in order to get the bot down as he goes and pursues the mechanic out of the church as she starts to kite him around the church building.
For sure, and it does look like we are carrying Insolence with our Hullabaloo here, and this Hullabaloo is gaining closer on the mechanic. We just have to watch out for the pallets here with the mechanic. Oh, it's going to be the Antiquarian, actually. I mistook her for Futaba. But we are going to be chasing this Antiquarian here. She's moving over towards the church ruins area, but so far we just need one more white bomb hit on her to get that. Oh, and there we have it. We are going to be getting Antiquarian at half health here, and with our Insolence, we are well past first presence.
Yeah, it looks like we do have that, utilizing that clone, and we're able to get the Antiquarian down right in front of a rocket chair. Decoding progress is fairly good so far. We have one cipher nearly completed, 2 others about halfway, a little over halfway there for one, and just about to hit halfway for another. But we do have mechanic transitioning out of the graveyard. Oh, and well, Hullabaloo will be using Abnormal to cut that cipher back down to nothing, setting them back significantly for now.
Right, and it does look like we are going to be having the Gravekeeper move in for this rescue. And we are going to successfully get it in with Tide activated, but it does look like our Hunter is going for a hit on the Gravekeeper here. We could be seeing, yeah, and we are going to be seeing a shovel to tank that hit.
Yep, taking that hit in. Remember, the Gravekeeper does have that adjustment where it's only a 10-second cooldown rather than using up the shovel completely. We are in pursuit of the Antiquarian, heading back up towards the Mausoleum and the back exit gate. We have 2 ciphers decoded so far. The Puppeteer and Mechanic have both gotten one decoded, which means the dungeon is now live. Oh, but the Antiquarian lands a double hit on the Hunter, which means Hullabaloo is going to take some time before he can get that last red hit on the Antiquarian.
For sure. Now we really have to... Oh! We are going to be using the clone to get down the Antiquarian. Get on Turkey Billy here. It's definitely tough when the last bomb is the red one, because then your items as well as your trait like Flywheel is taken off of the table. But our Gravekeeper is going to be targeted once again by our Hullabaloo here. Of course, even if Gravekeeper does go for this rescue... Oh, we're going to get a nice pallet stun.
Very nicely done on the Gravekeeper's part. He is headed right back into the graveyard to get the second rescue in. And another clone in order to just try to get a hit, and we will successfully get a hit with the rotation. Gravekeeper just barely getting knocked down, just missing the black bomb as the Antiquarian takes off again. Looks like Hullabaloo will be pursuing her in order to down her for that last time and just guarantee that one down to start off with. Oh, but she is able to land a hit on him. The second strike does not land against a wall, but it still keeps him stunned. And an excellent use of Flywheel to just delay, but it's not enough. Antiquarian is downed, and she will be going back to the manor for the first elimination on WWW's scoreboard.
Now we have bought quite a lot of time for decoding. We have 2 ciphers with a decent amount of progress, but our Gravekeeper is going to be our next target with only just a sliver of a shovel to remain. He did use his Flywheel earlier. I was kind of taken aback because usually it's the rescuer who ends up having the borrow time, but we are going to use our trump card to swap the teleport and go to our Puppeteer.
Yes, and the Puppeteer is taking on the kite now. Gravekeeper is going to be left to self-heal for the time being, while Mechanic just focuses on decoding. The Puppeteer does switch to the Puppet for the first time in order to try and avoid that chip hit. We already have used 3 chips now. The next hit will bring him down. He only has the red bomb left to be knocked down with. But the Puppet will eat that, so the Hullabaloo has to try and get the other 2 again. But he is switching off of the Puppeteer, just trying to disrupt that decoding as much as he can. Gravekeeper hasn't been healed yet. but he looks like he is on his way to the graveyard to at least try and disrupt that. Oh, he's headed back to the church. It looks like we are going to try to keep pressure up on both of those ciphers as the survivors struggle to try and get the last one primed.
For sure. The tricky thing here is these ciphers are a little bit in between each other, allowing the hullabaloo to keep watch of both ciphers. And of course, none of these teammates do have borrowed time, so we are going to see Puppeteer go down here. It does look like basement happens to be here, and of course, our Gravekeeper did exhaust Shovel and Tide, but we aren't going to go for the basement chair and instead chair right outside the graveyard reception.
And it looks like the mechanic spot was hiding in that reception area, so we might be seeing a bot rescue in a moment, or not, because the mechanic is currently in the middle of kiting. But she does land a pallet stun onto the hullabaloo, buying a bit more time to avoid getting that black bomb. But it looks like she will be flywheeling, unable to avoid that. But we do have the Gravekeeper on a cipher. It is now 3/4 of the way there. Teleport is up, so if the mechanic will go down, we might be able to prevent that cipher from popping, but it looks like we are at about 90% of the way. Very, very close. Anything can happen at this point.
For sure, and like you mentioned earlier, Juliet, we're gonna go for the pop. There is room for, we're gonna see the bot move, but Mechanic unfortunately is gonna go down here, with Puppeteer just a little bit away before he gets sent back to the manor. And it does look like our Gravekeeper is gonna go for the side gate here, and our teleport's up, so Hullabaloo is going to switch targets to our Gravekeeper, who, isn't able to pop the shovel due to being in the red zone.
Oh, but he was able to just get out of the red zone just enough. Oh, sorry.
Oh no!
Oh no! Unfortunately, it is not enough. It looks like we will be having a 4-man. Oh, Mechanic was able to rescue herself with the bot in the nick of time. Fantastic work. The bot is currently stood right in front of the chair. It remains to be seen if Mechanic will be able to get that rescue in, but the bot is able to rescue Gravekeeper as well. Fantastic work on the Persica Simps survivor side.
Now, we are going to be having Mechanic have a bit of a struggle with opening the gate here due to that gate decoding debuff, but our Gravekeeper is going to be going down here. This is going to be the second chair, and unfortunately we do not have any more of that bot left over for the Mechanic to use.
Now it's just a matter of Hullabaloo trying to hunt down Mechanic using his clone. She's managed to avoid the reception area. She's circling around, avoiding the dungeon, but it looks like Hullabaloo is checking to make sure that he knows where the dungeon is. Yes, he's been able to verify the dungeon's location, and he does have Tinnitus on the Mechanic, who is trying her best to avoid him. It looks like the timing is about to run out on that chair, and there goes the Gravekeeper. It is now down to Rock hiding on the Mechanic's part to see if she can make it to that dungeon.
Ooh, and we are going to use the flywheel over at the pallet here, but unfortunately we are going to get a terror shock on the vault.
Yep, and it looks like this will be a 4-man elimination for WWW. This will be putting the score after the first half of round 1 at 5-0 in WWW's favor. Very well played by both sides. I mean, that came very close. Mechanic was very close to getting a dungeon escape, but unfortunately, the speed of the Hullabaloo and that clone ability gave her a location up, and he was able to defend the dungeon while she did her best to kite, but unfortunately it just was not enough for such a strong hunter. And very strong gameplay, very well done pressuring those ciphers, very well utilized bot for both those double rescues. Overall, very well played by both sides. That was a very enjoyable first match.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely setting the bar for this matchup. Great plays by both teams, and yeah, that was really fun to watch. It's always such a nightmare when you have to fight for that dungeon when someone happens to be on their last chair. It does take a little bit more time for that dungeon to open up, even if you are nearby, because the survivor has to get sent to the manor. I do believe it opens much faster when someone leaves through the gate. But yeah, really great work.
Yeah, overall, very exciting. Even with the nerfs in play, both Mechanic and both Mechanic and Hullabaloo were able to still be utilized in a very good way, which just goes to show even when a character does get nerfed, it doesn't automatically mean that they're going to be off the table. I mean, Mechanic still has plenty of fantastic uses. Not only can she decode that bot, you can use to heal, you can use to
Mhm.
rescue, and pretty much once that remote control gets dropped, anyone on the team can use it. It's basically like having a fifth survivor.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
I think we did, bless you. We
oh,
did
thank you.
see quite a bit of that in our previous matchup. We had the mechanic get sent back to the manor first, but a female dancer did end up picking up the controller, and we did see the bot get to open the gate.
Yeah, overall, there is just so many uses for that bot. You can definitely
Mhm.
see why they continue to try and nerf mechanics so much because even with such a powerful decoding debuff, she is still such a strong survivor. And even with all of the speed debuffs that the Hellblue is getting, he is still a very strong hunter. Even though it does take a lot of work to get those 3 bombs in, if you play your cards right, you can get 2 at once and you
Oh
can get
yeah.
a terror shock like we saw at the very end. There is just unlimited potential for these sort of matches. But we are getting ready to head into the second half of round 2. We have Persica Simp hunting and WWW surviving, and we will be seeing if we can tie up this round. Since WWW did get a 4-man elimination, that gives them an extra point. You get an extra point if you for escape or for eliminate. And we are going to be looking to see if Persica Sim can tie up the round by also getting a 4-man elimination. Otherwise, anything less, the round will go to WWW.
For sure. I am really excited to see how both teams respond to our first half. I wonder if we're going to be getting the hullabaloo as well, or if we're going to opt for that round one Goatman pick instead. They tend to be, it tends to be kind of a either or, especially in round one. And yeah, especially with the global ban adjustment, you kind of have to deal with one, then ban the other moving forward. But I think either option is a pretty solid choice, especially if they want to tie up this match or this round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of potential here, and we already see that going into round 2, the second half of round 1. Already, we have 2 survivors played in the first half, Antiquarian and Mechanic Band, and we've locked in Gardener and Embalmer as our first 2 survivors, meaning that they won't be played further by WWW, but these are pretty handy survivors to have. Very good at taking hits, very good at getting you from one side of the map to the other if that coffin is used properly.
Absolutely, and it does look like we are going to be having Puppeteer taken out of the table as well. But in turn, we are going to be having the Mercenary locked in as our third pick and our designated rescuer. Um, you know what? I brought it up earlier, but I'm curious to see if this Merc is also going to be bringing an interesting build. It's always fun to see how teams have adapted, especially regarding their hunters. Um, because especially in round one, anything is on the table. So it was fun to see a rescuer bring kind of like an unorthodox build, and with the mercenary in play, there's room for that too, even with the delayed damage. But I think to counteract that, we are going to be having the psychologist as our fourth and final pick, who does definitely help out with healing opportunities, especially for mercenary who does have a healing debuff that does stack up. And our fourth and final ban was going to be the Seer, but of course, Gardener makes an excellent alternative with that recall bubble that can shield her for about 6 seconds, especially in the beginning of the match. There's definitely a lot of room to leave her out in the open, especially uh, over the embalmer and the psychologist, who definitely have to rely more on their rock hiding and the terrain for their potential of containment. But for the gardener, the hunter can really be right on her as soon as possible. But there's still some leeway because of the recall bubble in the beginning.
Oh yeah, this entire team is basically built to waste as much as much of the hunter's time as they possibly can. Like you were saying, the Gravekeeper is a very strong pick. She tends to have that recall bubble, buying her time, being able to take a hit at the right moments. She's even able to shield herself during a rescue, which is why she tends, like what you were saying with uh, unorthodox persona webs. She does tend to
Mhm.
have a tide turner on her a lot of times because she's kind of become a bit of a pseudo red. Oh, very
Oh,
interesting here. We have a Hell Ember locked in as our first hunter. I think that's right. I do believe I remember seeing a Hell Ember main listed under Persica Simps roster. This is going to be very exciting. That does mean that Goatman or Hullabaloo will be open for round 2 for Persica Simp going forward.
yeah, this is definitely a bold pick, but one that I'm very happy with. I do think that with a map as small as the Red Church, there's lots of room to be using those puppet tricks. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how this plays out. We are going to go with uh the Hellumber is going to be spawning in between the Mercenary and the Embalmer, so I think we'll definitely anticipate seeing some rotation here, especially depending on where that basement ends up getting spawned.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential for this first kite. You could always go for the mercenary, just try to get a hit on him before he can get a rescue. You could always hunt down the embalmer, trying to stop him before he's able to set up his coffin more strategically. Being able to get it somewhere well hidden, getting distance from that hunter. But there's also the psychologist. You could always go for her. Plenty of interesting things going in here for the round 1 second half of Logging Off League Season 3. Persica Simps Hunting, WWW Surviving. I'm Juliet. This is Mima, and good luck to both teams.
I love this skin. They they added it to the shop with the puppet one as well, but it does look like we are going to be having the Hell Ember moving over towards the mercenary as a first target. Perhaps we are going to see him try and bait out those elbow pads to get them out of the equation, and it doesn't look like the mercenary will take the bait, so we are having Hell Ember transition over to the church instead, where Psychologist is going to be taking a vault out of.
Yeah, and Psychologist is heading towards the graveyard. It looks like we are setting our sights on the embalmer now. He does have his coffin up, but he was able to rotate out of the mausoleum towards the side gate. He's dropped a pallet down, basically taking over this kite from the Hell Ember as he keeps an eye on it, trying to avoid this tight kiting area. We do have the Shadow Clone out and about, but we do have Embalmer running past the graveyard, which means we will give the Hell Ember the location of his coffin as he takes the kite over into the mausoleum.
And this Hellumber is definitely gaining on the Embalmer as well as close to achieving that first presence, but it does look like we are going to be baiting a hit, and Embalmer is going to vault back into the church after getting hit, but oh, our Hellumber is going to go for that puppet trick, surprising the Psychologist over here, and oh, it looks like Embalmer... Ooh! Beautiful blink to get down the Embalmer here, getting out of the church and distracting the Embalmer with that active puppet.
Yeah, very well played on the Hellenber's part. He did bring insolence and only has blink, but as we've seen with those puppet tricks, you do not really need teleport or warp when you're playing a
Ooh.
Hellember and know what you're doing. But we do have the Embalmer rebirthing right where he was. Looks like Hunter is taunting him a little bit as he gets out of there, knowing he can't really do anything until that bubble of rebirth is out of the way. But the Embalmer continues his kite around the mausoleum and the gravestones outside of there, just trying to keep this kite contained. We do have very good decoding progress so far. Gardener and Mercenary have both popped 2 ciphers, and we have a third nearly prime just as the Embalmer goes down. This will count as his after half chairing. Or a second half chairing.
Yes, and it does look like the Psychologist was able to dismantle the puppet over in the church as well as finish that cipher. We are going to be having the Mercenary move in as well as the Hellumber throwing the puppet right in front of the chair before leaving it. Ooh, we are going to be maybe seeing Uh, ooh, not quite getting towards the cipher, but it does look like we are going to be having the gardener in pursuit next.
Yes, and the gardener's taken over this kite in the graveyard. Oh, but the Hellumber is going to return just in time to try and stuff this rescue. Oh, and a terror shock on the mercenary, bringing him. But because of his health delay, he will not be going down until after Tide runs out. But we are in pursuit of the Embalmer. The Embalmer is taking the Hellumber right to where the dungeon is, so the Hellumber should be aware of the dungeon's location, which could come in handy at endgame like it did last time. But we are looping around just trying to get a hit on that Embalmer finally, and we are going to be able to land a hit on him. He did not bring Flywheel, so unfortunately he was not able to dodge that. The Embalmer will be going back to the manor. Just as the ciphers popped, we now have a 3-survivor end game going into the final stages of the game.
It does look like our Hellumber is moving towards the gate over at the side here with the psychologist, yes. But it does look like it is going to be opening in time.
Oh man, it looks like this will be a 3-man escape for WWW. This brings the round total 8-1 in WWW's favor. Very well done on both sides. That was very expertly placed puppets, very good control of the map. Unfortunately, that cipher rush and rotation from the survivors was just able to dominate. And by the time that they had popped the cipher, they double decoded those exit gates and were all able to get out in plenty of time. Overall, a very well done play on both sides, but that survivor comp was just too strong in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, despite the puppets, being hindering the decoding progress, due to having to dismantle them, it did prevent the Hellumber from disrupting decoding too much. And of course, being able to have the Embalmer buy so much time as well and get that trade out, get that rage out from the Hellumber, utilizing the shadow clones as well, really worked in the team's favor to get that decoding progress nailed down.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you can see why, even with these characters getting nerfed, again, they're still being picked. Mercenary was nerfed not too long ago, but even with how long it took for him to get, even though there's a shorter amount of time for the damage to take effect after the delay, you could still see that that was still enough to get that rescue on the Embalmer. Had that been any other survivor, that would have been a complete down right then and there, and the Embalmer would have been sent off to the manor, not able to kite for those 5 ciphers like he was able to before. So it really just goes to show that that every single survivor has their uses, and there's a reason why they wanted to lock in Embalmer and Mercenary specifically for those global bans, and it worked out very well in their favor, getting them that 3-man escape into going into round 2.
Absolutely. Now, the thing about this team comp moving forward is that 3 of them are going to be entering the global bans as we move into round 2. Now, it was definitely a solid pick for round 1, but taking into consideration that this was Red Church, definitely one of the smaller maps in our map selection choice, I wonder if it will end up hindering them later on, especially not having the Embalmer and Mercenary, who definitely account for quite a lot of distance, especially on bigger maps such as Moonlit and Lakeside. Of course, I do believe from all of them, Psychologist will still be up for grabs so long as she isn't banned by the Hunter, but definitely something to note. And of course, we don't have Gardener in the equation, who definitely makes for a good alternative to tanking that damage like Seer would. And we did see Seer get banned. What a tongue twister. But yeah, I'm really hyped for round 2, especially with such high stakes in round 1 and some really interesting picks. I'm absolutely thrilled to see the Hellumber. We don't often see him in tournament or just in general, but lots of respect to Hellumber mains. there's quite a lot in your arsenal, but you have to really spend a lot of time just mastering being able to use these tricks. So I have a lot of respect for that, and especially in round one, nonetheless, um, I definitely think it sets sort of like um, an excitement to see some more interesting picks as we move forward. And I definitely hope that it continues not just for round two, but hopefully a round three as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Persica Simp, by picking that Hell Ember, does have an advantage going into round two, in that they aren't going to necessarily have two of the big four locked off from their access. Round one, the main two are going to be Goatman and Hullabaloo, but Opera Singer and the Shadow are still very strong, so that's why they're considered the big four. And
Mm-hmm.
usually, like we've seen, and like we will see, most likely, we will probably be seeing that Goatman get banned for WWW when they go into round two for hunting. But Persica Simp, meanwhile, will only have to worry about one other hunter being banned besides Hell Ember, which
Yeah.
means that whoever they don't get picked, like Opera Singer, Goatman, Hullabaloo, they still have a pretty wide array of things to choose from as we get ready to go into the second round of the match.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I definitely think that I swear that worked in a team's favor recently for COA qualifiers as well. I think maybe it
Yes.
was AWG where I think because they had um a more optimal hunter pool later on in the rounds, it really contributed to um, their victory. And I feel like this can also set that sort of precedent, which is cool. I really love seeing different strategies, and even just to know that there's the potential there is really exciting for me. So I hope everyone watching is definitely equally as hyped, if not more so.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that match, and I was really impressed by the strategy on display by AWG. Basically, with the hunter picks they made, by the time they got to round four and round five for the qualifying rounds of COA 8, they managed to successfully have, I believe it was, they did have at least Goatman and
Mhm.
one Goatman, Opera Singer, and Shadow all rotated in the bands, which meant that you ban two of them, and that means one is still open because there are no more global hunter bans from round four onward, and they were just able to dominate in that way. But we are getting into our round two. Remember, WWW is leading by 8-1, but there is still plenty of opportunity for Persica Simp to turn this around and take victory. It looks like our map is going to be Arms Factory, and we have Persica Simp hunting with WWW surviving.
This is going to be interesting to see these factions go back to back. Hopefully, hopefully they're gonna be okay with that. But I mean, it is kind of like when you're ranking, you're on that grind, and you're like match, 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 match. But yeah, respect, because especially to the hunter, because I feel like a lot hinges on your gameplay as well. So I'm excited to see how this goes. It's so fun to see, like, to know that Hell Ember is going to be in the global ban. So I'm so excited for who the hunter is going to be next. Um, and as Juliet mentioned, like, because of this kind of like off meta pick, it does leave room for meta um due to none of the meta hunters being in that global ban. I think you mentioned the big four. I think Bones calls them the Fantastic Four, which I love.
Of course
And
they
that's what
do.
I'm thinking of too, right?
Yeah, that's overall it is the current state of meta is very fun. But unfortunately, the double-edged sword with meta is that it's always changing based on adjustments or new characters released.
Mhm.
So what we're seeing right now, we probably won't be seeing in the exact same way when we move on to logging off league season 4 or the summer tournament season in general. I mean, we still have that peddler to think of, the meteorologist, the archer, and who knows what other characters are about to be revealed during the Koa final live stream. And on top of that, we'll probably get more overhauls and adjustments. There's usually a lot of adjustments that come after Koa once they've been able to get all that game data, all that tourney data. We will be definitely seeing a lot of changes here soon. I mean, there's so much potential for just anything to happen, and I'm very excited, even just to see what we have coming in this second round as we get ready to go into round 2.
Absolutely. And speaking of adjustments, I am excited to see Arms Factory in particular because it was definitely one of those maps that got some areas rearranged. Um, I think the most notable thing is that Factory Ruins area. I will admit that I'm just speaking for myself here, but with the recent adjustment in the game with the new pinging system, the communications, they have updated the maps as well, and I'm a little bit baffled with what they have chosen to name a bunch of the locations. I mean, all of the locations. Not to disrespect, but also I personally felt a little disrespected that some certain things weren't as I have called them for these past years, but it's okay. It's a learning experience. But with that being said, this factory ruins over by the main gate, I believe, because I think another adjustment is that they call the one of the gates the side gate, and that you can denote based on how it looks. So the wooden gates are the side gates, whereas the original gates, like the mechanical ones, are the main gates. But yeah, anyways, so the main gate ruins, that one has opened up quite a bit on Arms Factory, and definitely allows for more advantage from the hunter's side, but there are some characters who benefit from it too. It was only a matter of time before I was going to bring him up, but I was playing Fire Investigator the other day, and I really enjoyed the adjustment for some reason. The reason being that I think it just creates a bigger area where you can put in your airbags to support, um, which I like a lot because Arms Factory and maps like it definitely have a lot of debris and terrain that you can wedge an airbag in and no one will be able to get through. Not just the hunter, but you. Thinking about my rank match earlier. But anyways, we are going to be moving into the bans here, and it does look like we are going to opt for a Goatman ban.
Yeah, no surprises there. Goatman is a very strong hunter. It just goes to show how strong he is that he gets banned before he even gets to see the light of day. But that does leave Hullabaloo open for Persica Simps to utilize if they so choose, or they could go with another one of the Fantastic Four, as they're called.
Yes.
But we do have Antiquarian and Mechanic banned once more, but we are going to be locking in Psychologist and Journalist this time. Very exciting to see Journalist out and about again. I do believe, did she get a bit of rework? I know Novelist got some rework, but I don't remember fully if Journalist got a bit of rework too.
I feel like it's been a little bit, but in regards to journalists, I definitely think that there's been a lot more strategies introduced with that little Orphe, even just with Peddler alone. I've been seeing quite a lot of clips, so that's definitely going to be fun to see utilized. And speaking of fun to utilize, I think we are going to have Weeping Clown as our third pick, who's also definitely versatile. They definitely do make a double rescuer combo, so there's some leeway with the builds they get to bring. And of course, they have really useful items to work with in lieu of tides. So, oh.
Oh,
We're gonna see a Fire Investigator ban, but that's okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I
the
lost my train of
disappointment.
thought.
It's okay. The
Sorry.
disappointment was no, I understand. I would have felt the same way if someone I cared about got banned.
Oh,
Not
so
to
you
say I
don't
don't
care
care
about
about
Florian?
no,
Oh,
no, I
okay.
do care about Florian. I have other characters I care about more. No
Fair
offense to
enough.
Florian, I am just well, Archer isn't even allowed in, but I kind of feel about her the way you feel about Florian at this
Oh, I
point.
love that for you. Don't worry, she'll have a turn eventually when she's no longer forbidden. She'll be
when
forbidden
she's
in other
not in
ways.
early jail.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are getting ready to get our last pick in, but we do have Psychologist, Journalist, and Weeping Clown locked in as our global band so far. Overall, very interesting group of survivors here. Very strong comp. I've been seeing Weeping Clown especially get used more and more recently. With
Mhm.
the Cypher Rush that so many other characters have, I think a lot of people feel as though they can afford to have him out on the map, especially when he's able to stun a hunter and just increase kiting time when he's able to lock his teammates onto his rocket, or if he's able to use the rocket himself. And it looks like we are going to be locking Smiley Face in for our hunter pick this time. Trying to get very
We're gonna have
interesting.
a
Oh, do we
we're
have
gonna have an
our last
identity
survivor?
sketch. Oh
It
yeah.
looks like the
We're
big
waiting
Joker's
on the
up against
last
the little
survivor.
Joker.
It's a shame that we didn't get to see them on.
Oh,
Okay, it's
Seer.
going to be Seer for our fourth and final pick. Now this is interesting because we aren't going to be having Seer in the global ban since he's going to be our last lock-in. But definitely is going to be useful with this hunter pick here with the smiley face because we do have that dash to worry about, not just from the hunter's perspective with Weeping Clown, but it's vice versa, okay? Because we're gonna have both of the Jokers.
And it looks like one of the Jokers might be on the tail of the other Joker. We have Smiley Face in the area to possibly pursue the Psychologist, the Weeping Clown, or even the Journalist, if he so chooses. Overall, a very solid spawn point here. Plenty of opportunity for rotation and moving around the map. It'll remain to be seen who Smiley Face ultimately chooses as his target. If you do chase that Weeping Clown, that does mean that 3 other survivors with better decoding will be able to Cypher Rush. If you take on that Journalist, she does have the Orpheus to prolong her kite, and the Psychologist can take an extra hit. But we do have, I know for a fact that Smiley Face did get some rework this time around as well, so it'll be very interesting to see how he handles himself going in with this new rework. But we are getting into round 2 for the first half for Persica Simp versus WWW. Persica Simp is hunting, WWW is surviving. I'm Juliet, this is Mima. Good luck to both teams.
Yes, good luck. I'm super excited to see how this plays out, especially with these choices. Oh my gosh, it's going to be so fun to see a smiley face, and it does look like he is going to be picking up those materials for his rocket. Basement has been located in the factory here, and we are going to be going in the direction of the Psychologist.
Yep, and we do have that rocket dash in play here. Just picking up some more rocket pieces as we go along. Still not locking onto a target just yet. We do have Tinnitus up. We do have 2 ciphers being worked on right now, a third having been knocked off, but we do have, it looks like Seer is going to be, oh, no, yeah, Seer will be our, actually, it's a bit tricky to see where Smiley Face is aiming, but we will lock onto a target eventually, and it looks like our target will, oh, we've baited a, you see, that's just the thing. I can't tell who he's aiming at. It looks like he's just trying to bait everybody out at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, it does work for disrupting Cypher progress here. We are in the vicinity of the Weeping Clown! Oh my gosh, I thought he was gonna get TS'd on the window. But, oh, it's a stun for stun, or a rocket for rocket, rather, with our Weeping Clown using that rocket to stun the Smiley Face out of his dash. But we are back again with the Smiley Face dash.
Yep, it looks like the Weeping Clown will be our first target, and the Smiley Face is able to land a rocket hit on him. But in response, the Weeping Clown is going to use his rocket to gain some distance. Will we be pursuing that Weeping Clown further? Yes, it looks like we do have our dash back in play. We're trying to make up the distance following the Weeping Clown's blood trail at the speed of light, following him into the shack. But we will disrupt decoding a bit, taking on the Seer who's in the area, who successfully flywheels to avoid getting hit by that rocket dash. Very well done on the Seer's part.
Ooh, and we are going to be baiting out the hit with that owl here, but a blink in response.
And we
Oh,
do
and it
have
does
the
look like. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you.
Oh, I was gonna say, it looks like the psychologist has used her whistle to get that point of damage off of the Weeping Clown as the seer continues the kite. We are getting the rocket ready to launch down as the seer gets, but he will be terror shocked right as he vaults over the pallet. This will be our first sharing of the match. We do have 2 ciphers popped with 2 over halfway. Good position for WWW survivors to be in, but the night is still young and Smiley Face is now at full presence, so anything can happen.
For sure, and it does look like we are going to be having the Weeping Clown closing in to get this rescue. We have one more rocket to work with on his end, and tied as well as a flywheel. So if we do see any dash, but we are going to go for the basic hit, getting the seer off the chair and using that final rocket to stun the Smiley Face.
Yeah, very well done use of those rockets, but we will get a dash hit on the Weeping Clown. It looks like we are aiming for a double down here. Getting the Weeping Clown down as we pursue the seer while Tide continues to go through. We do have a 3rd cipher popped, and both of the last ciphers are over halfway now. But we do get a terror shock through that window.
Yeah, especially after using that first owl, it definitely makes vaulting quite a little bit slower. But we are going to be having our Weeping Clown out of the vicinity, able to pick himself up with that exit path. But it does look like we are still at a 2 ciphers remaining point with the journalist closing in for this rescue. Now, of course, we still have 3 of those cameras to work with, 4 if you include that rescue Orphe, but it does look like we are just going to opt for a pallet Orphe to tank the hit and get the rescue.
Yep, and we do have Tide for the 2nd time. Looks like we are getting ready to get the pallet going as we continue to get those ciphers decoded.
But an owl... Sorry, the seer got an owl, but we are going to see
it's okay. Yeah, I was kind of shocked by everything that happened at once there too.
It was a standoff. It was a showdown.
Yeah, and it looks like both ciphers are nearing prime now, even with the seer here and the journalist supporting his kite. And we don't have detention on the Smiley Face. We only have confined space and insolence, as well as blink equipped. And they've gone ahead and popped that cipher. We are looking at potentially another 1-man elimination if he's not able to play his cards right. We do have the gate on the other side being decoded, but with the seer and journalist still in the area as that other gate is nearly finished.
With that the sort of rocket mind game, we were able to get journalist to expend one of her Orphes, and we are going to continue to go for this journalist who does have one more. Oh, and is going to get that a missed blink hit here after getting that Orphe down, but we are going to see a flywheel from the journalist.
Yeah, and the journalist is taking this kite into the shack, just trying to buy time as the seer is able to open up that other gate. But we will down the journalist, looking to have at least 1 elimination going into the 2nd half for Persica Simp. Very well done on the hunter's part, trying to disrupt that dungeon escape, but unfortunately that did leave the seer unattended, which means we are looking at a 3-man elimination. Although it does look like, yep, seer is still in the area flywheeling. I'm a bit confused as to what seer was doing with that gate open, but it looks like this will potentially be a draw after all, unless it does look like they are going to rescue that journalist, trying to push for that 3 escape even so. Yep, in the time that we were able to get that seer down, the Weeping Clown was able to rescue the journalist. And it looks like they are aiming for a potential 3 escape here.
Alright. Yeah, for sure. It does look like we did use the seer as a bit of a sacrifice here, but we are going to get the journalist down regardless. And of course, the Weeping Clown does not have any more rockets to work with, so we are going to be having psychologists chaperone him to the gate.
Yeah, very well done on both sides being able to... Well, we do have psychologists still in the area, but we did get her to escape. And they are getting a little bit of a dance as the journalist surrenders, bringing us into a draw for the first half of round 2. Very well done on both sides. very good survivor coordination on WWW's end for a second time. Very good use of these hunters, of these day one hunters on Persica Simps side. Rocking Buddha, it's very fun to see someone play such old characters and still be able to make it entertaining. And it's
Mhm.
very good to get a draw in round 2 as well, going into the second half, getting some numbers on the board there.
Yeah, for sure. I would definitely say that this match really kept everyone on their toes, especially maybe even more so due to just how I'm not sure quite how to word it. Maybe I don't know if trickery is appropriate, but um it was very like never let them know your next move type of gameplay from the smiley faces and kind of making them expend their resources. Like thinking back on the seer coming in sort of to act as a sort of diversion um, because they spent a lot of time after getting him off the second chair. He ended up expending his owl. Journalist ended up using, I believe, 2 Orpheus. Um, sort of playing this waiting game with them and keeping them in anticipation resulted in utilizing a lot of the resources that they had. And same with the
Yeah,
Weeping Clown, like it was such a beautiful usage of all of the rockets, but that was definitely all utilized in the first half of the round as well. So yeah, really great work.
yeah, this was a very fun match to watch. This is a very fun matchup overall. I am loving the survivor comps that WWW is coming up with. I'm loving the use of Persica Simps hunters. Yeah, like you were saying, it was a very like unpredictable sort of play for the smiley face going into the first few minutes of the round. But overall, that survivor comp ended up winning out in the end. And as we head into the second half of round 2 with WWW hunting and Persica Simp surviving, if WWW is able to get a 3 or more eliminations, they will have won at round 2 rounds. If Persica Simp is able to draw this round, we will automatically go into round. And if Persica Simp is able to get more than 3 survivors out of the exit gate, that will give them the win for this round. So still, nothing is decided yet. Everything is still on the table as we get ready to go into the second half of round 2.
Definitely, I'm really looking forward to it. And of course, since we are going to be on a smaller map, there's definitely a lot more on the table, I feel. Um, Oh, I'm glad that we were able to see the area that was adjusted during the previous match. I know I was
Mhm.
talking about it during the ban and pick selection, but um, I guess that's the sort of pros of being able to play on the most recent patch of the game, that we get to see everything in play. And speaking of which, I'm definitely hoping for seeing some of the other characters, both hunters and survivors, that have been adjusted.
Oh yeah, same here. Honestly, I know we've mentioned that Guard 26 got a rework. I would
Mhm.
love to see that in play. I know the survivors probably wouldn't, especially when someone gets chaired, but that would be a lot of fun. I'm still holding out that we might get to see a surprise pick, like maybe I wouldn't mind seeing a little girl. I do love seeing her.
Mhm.
And she did get a slight buff recently, so that would be a lot of fun. But another character I'd be really interested to see come back again is Magician. He
Oh,
got a pretty
yes.
significant buff this time around, and I know he'd been a pretty big pick back in 2024 in the early half of the year, but he started to just slowly fall off as other characters were introduced and the meta started changing. So it'd be really nice to hopefully with this new buff he has where he's able to vault with the decoy, he gets an increased movement speed, and even other survivors get a bit more of a bonus with the decoy as well when they use it. I'm hoping that we might get to see a bit. We get to see him come back into the meta just a little bit again.
Yeah, definitely. It's really nice to be able to see older characters as well, as much as I love the new characters, clearly. But For sure. It's always nice to have these sort of characters resurface, and I did like the magician buff. Oh,
Yeah, the Explorer would also be fun to see, especially with that new Hullabaloo counter buff he got, where in his small form he can't be detected by that clone. Oh, Mima! Mima, take a look at
oh
the
my
map!
gosh! Oh my
You want to
gosh!
go ahead
Okay,
and announce him?
definitely. So we are going to be opting for a psychologist and a seer band, but in turn we are going to be locking in the weeping clown and the fire investigator.
Congratulations. He's finally here.
Yeah, and I do think that this is a really optimal pick, even though he will enter the global bans, whatever. um, Arms Factory is definitely a really useful map that you can utilize the airbags for, especially to transition from one area to another. And considering the debris on the map, you can definitely be using it to block the hunter as well. And we are
Oh.
going to be going for demi or a barmaid and a coordinator ban, but in turn we are going to be having the cheerleader and the mind's eye locked in. Speaking of characters who have gotten adjusted.
Oh yeah, I honestly didn't mention the Mind's Eye just because I know she's kind of considered a throw pick because she unfortunately just is not uh very viable for tournament play due to her significant debuffs and when it comes to vaulting, and especially when these are very fast hunters in the meta currently. But she has had a significant rework. She gets a better vaulting debuff, and she does have a lot of uses when it comes to that. When it comes to getting fast decoding done, that Cypher Rush, if she's able to just remain undetected by the hunter. I do think it is very funny that we've banned Barmaid and then immediately locked in two survivors who don't even need Dublin. There's just something a little bit funny to me about that.
It's poetic. Oh my gosh, have you been seeing those posts too where people are pinging like I need strong Dublin and their characters who can't have them like like little girl, I know you mentioned her earlier. It's so funny. No, you don't. But yeah, I'm excited to see the mind's eye. You know what? I'm really manifesting, maybe not now, but I anticipate that mind's eye just keeps getting better and better because we did see that with mechanic, honestly. Like first they reduced the vaulting debuff, and then they started upgrading her decoding progress and adjusting the bot. But it does look like we have our hunter pick, and we are going to be seeing the Bloody Queen.
Oh, this is very exciting. This is a Bloody Queen used to be a lot more of a popular pick earlier on in the games, but as we've gotten new hunters and as we've gotten survivors that are a bit able to counter her better, she has fallen off. But the Arms Factory is a very solid map for a Bloody Queen pick, especially considering that WWW just needs a 3-man or more to win, a tie just to draw the round. And it looks like we are going into that Tetris spawn again. A very similar spawn to the first half, except we do have Bloody Queen on the outside, looking to possibly go after that Mind's Eye, Weeping Clown, or Fire Investigator for that first kite.
Or the fire investigator. I didn't say anything.
All right, but we are headed into the second half of round 2. WWW hunting, Persica Simps surviving. I'm Juliet. This is Mima. Good luck to both teams.
Yes, good luck and have fun. We are going to be loading in right now. Let's see who this Bloody Queen will choose to pursue first. It looks like we are gonna opt for... Oh, the Mind's Eye hasn't quite used her cane yet. But we are going to be going for her. She is making a transition over towards the factory, but that tinnitus is still giving off a little bit. Not anymore, but as we have the Bloody Queen approaching the factory, we are going to be playing a little bit of a hide and seek as she tries to locate the Mind's Eye.
Yep, it looks like the tinnitus is working well. The boundary of it does extend to the factory from where Mind's Eye is hiding, which does mean that the Bloody Queen did waste a bit of time, but it looks like she is just about to find her, and and she does land a hit on the Mind's Eye already. It looks like we have Trump card and Detention in play, which means we don't have Insolence right now. The Bloody Queen will need one more hit just to get to half presence, and she's able to get that hit in very quickly.
Did definitely buy some time for decoding here, as the Mind's Eye is going to get shared outside these factory ruins. All three ciphers are past the halfway mark, and it does look like we are going to be having the Bloody Queen is going to be mirroring on that Florian, who does use the airbag to escape the mirror.
Yeah, but she will turn the mirror, just trying to get another hit, and unfortunately unable to get him directly. Was not able to see if she was able to knock down his airbag or not, be able to figure out where that was. But we do have the Weeping Clown in the area coming in for that first rescue. Stunning the Hunter just to get that rescue in before half. But the Hunter will land a hit on that Weeping Clown as he tries to support the Mind's Eye to get out. Unfortunately, we will not be able to get a hit in through that mirror, but she is going to teleport over, and it looks like we have the Mind's Eye being supported by the cheerleader as she tries to escape the Bloody Queen.
We're going to do a bit of a... Yep, we are going to be utilizing the blink, kind of giving way to... Oh! The cheerleader did use a motivate to kind of give the impression that she was going to do a pallet stun, but moving out to safety. And we are going to see the mirror go for the Weeping Clown here.
Yeah, just trying to pressure this rescue, trying to just make sure we don't get anyone rescuing that Mind's Eye. Looks like we do have Weeping Clown still in the area, just trying to hide for right now. One cipher is nearly primed, but it looks like no one's working on it. We have another getting on the way. Only one cipher has been popped so far by Fire Investigator, and Mind's Eye will be going sent back to the manor without a second rescue. It looks like we do have that one cipher nearly popped. Fire Investigator is currently trying to heal the Weeping Clown as the Bloody Queen sets her sights on the decoding cheerleader.
Yes, and speaking of which, we are going to be seeing the cheerleader forced off her cipher and a mirror on the cheerleader as well. Ooh, we are going to be seeing a hit on the cheerleader despite using that motivate, but she did inspire herself, so she is going to be able to use that second motivate if necessary.
Yeah, and we have the Bloody Queen in the ruins. We have another cipher currently being decoded by the Weeping Clown, and I believe the Fire Investigator potentially. Yes, they are both decoding a cipher together. Oh no, the Weeping Clown has popped one of those two primed ciphers. Fire Investigator and has moved on to the cipher the cheerleader left behind, while Fire Investigator catches up on that fourth cipher as the cheerleader goes down. We have one cipher getting close to being primed, but we still need to open that last one, and we are getting to work on getting that draw. Remember, Persica Simps needs to get at least 2 survivors out of this map in order to go to round 3, so there is a lot at stake here.
It looks like Fire Investigator did have an airbag up for that cipher, once again utilizing the push off to get away from that mirror image. And it does take Mary out away from the chair, but we are going to return over here as we anticipate a rescue from the Weeping Clown. And we are getting close to the halfway mark, but we are going to be getting it. And we just have to watch out for the rocket over here. But unfortunately, the chair is quite close, so we are going to see the cheerleader get chaired.
And we go for a charged hit that the Weeping Clown is able to avoid with a flywheel. The reflection is continuing to chase him, just trying to stop this rescue as best as possible. Fire Investigator is working on that last cipher. There's still one more primed, but we do have the rocket in the way that the Bloody Queen was able to avoid as she gets a hit in on the Weeping Clown as he's able to get that final rescue in on the cheerleader.
Good on the cheerleader for using that Inspire to get the Weeping Clown out of that cooldown. They are going to be using the rocket to head over to the center. Fire Investigator is past half on that cipher, but they have to worry about the Oh, we're gonna see the blink on the cheerleader. Now Weeping Clown is going to make a mad dash for that second cipher at the shack, the cottage, as cheerleader unfortunately is going to be getting sent back to the manor.
Yeah, it looks like we are. Are we going to just pop that cipher? No, Fire Investigator isn't full health. He will pop that cipher, but Hunter does have detention, and she still hasn't utilized Trump card yet. But she is taking over this kite for the Fire Investigator, who still, I believe, has at least one airbag left. It just remains to be seen if he'll be able to. There we go.
Nice push off. Oof. I think we did see a little bit of like a pushback, but we are going to be having the Fire Investigator kite. Oh, unfortunately, Fire Investigator is going to be going down to that mirror, and the Bloody Queen is going to go for the main gate. Now, this does put them in a tough situation. Fire Investigator is rather close to the dungeon, but Weeping Clown is able to get this gate open.
Yeah, it looks like the Bloody Queen is just trying to get that last survivor out, wanting to end this in 2 rounds. Unfortunately, Weeping Clown did not take the bait and did manage to avoid, but we are mirroring over to him very quickly, just trying to pursue him at this blood trail. Fire Investigator has used his self-heal.
Oh, he has to watch out. Oh, nice timing. Oh my god. Oh my god. If Weeping Clown crawls out in time, Fire Investigator will get the dungeon. Oh no.
Oh, this is the second match in a row we've had a very close, or was it the first? I think it was the first game where we had a very close dungeon escape.
Yeah,
that was
right.
very,
very
close.
Keeper in the bot as well. Now this does put the Fire Investigator in a tough position. Oh, and we do have we have one airbag and a dream, okay? And it does look like our Bloody Queen is going to use the mirror onto the gate, which Fire Investigator is not at. Detection is nearly out, and Fire Investigator is going to deploy that airbag. Oh, and we are going to see a rescue on the Weeping Cloud. They can.
Oh my gosh! But Bloody Queen still has Trump card. She hasn't utilized Trump card just yet. But it looks like it won't matter. It looks like Fire Investigator and Weeping Clown will be getting out of that gate, meaning this will be a draw. Fantastic endgame play on Persica Simps' part here. Oh my gosh, as you could tell, that was a very exciting endgame. Very, very well done being able to maintain that going into a round 3. It almost felt so decided once that Weeping Clown was just barely able to get out of the gate and that dungeon play didn't work out. But because of that mirror move, the Fire Investigator was able to get to the Weeping Clown, get him rescued, and get him out of the gate. Very, very well done.
Oh my gosh, I'm speechless. That was so intense. What a way to end off our round 2. Yes, that is exactly what we are hoping for. Really well done by both teams. That match was intense from start to finish. I think everyone did a really good job of utilizing all of their resources. I think it just goes to show how versatile the airbags can go, because I definitely noticed that the Fire Investigator was placing them down but recovering them after finishing ciphers, and being able to utilize it during the end game especially bought so much distance. Oh my gosh, I'm still blown away.
Yeah, that was a fantastic match. I was a little worried when I saw the mines I picked, just because I know she is a very infamous pick for when someone is throwing, but I was very relieved to see that every single survivor on Persica Simp continued to fight for their life. It does seem like she will be a pick less for throwing now and for actually trying to see if she could be a contender when it comes to hiding and potentially getting some serious Cypher Rush in, which I'm very happy to see. I would love to see more of the Mind's Eye going forward. The cheerleader was able to use her motivations and inspired to bait the hunter and also to gain that distance with that Weeping Clown. And excellent use of both the airbags and the rockets for the Weeping Clown and the Fire Investigator. But that's not to say that the Hunter wasn't incredibly effective. That was a very strong command of the map. That very fast first down of the Mind's Eye, being able to use that mirror so well. Overall, very, very well played. It just goes to show how strong both these teams are, that we were able to tie up round 2 so excitingly.
Absolutely. Yeah. It really just goes to show why they're put up against each other to begin with. It's so fun to be able to see them play to their limits and to test different boundaries as well. I really enjoyed that. I'm going to be sad to see some of these picks enter the global bans, but I do think that um, even from the hunters end especially, it's so cool to be seeing these hunters that you either see in round 3 or not at all be utilized before then. And it definitely gives some leeway for anyone in in the Fantastic Four. You know, our beloved Hullabaloo, Goatman, uh, opera singer, Shadow, to be picked, especially with like the bands most likely will go towards some of them. But of course, when you don't utilize them early on, it opens up opportunities for the future.
Oh yeah, there is definitely some strategy that Persican Simp and WWW can both employ here. Now that both the Bloody Queen and Smiley Face were played in round two, we've only seen one of the Fantastic Four played between these two teams this matchup, and that was Hullabaloo for WWW, which means that we have so much potential. And even then, we might still not even have to worry about seeing an opera singer or a shadow or anyone like that. Um, as it is, I was when I saw that both those healers are banned, I was very excited because that could mean, you know, a Dream Witch pick, a Hermit pick, um,
Ooh.
plenty of other hunters that are notorious for wanting to get those specific healers off of the map. So there was just a lot of potential for how this could. There's a lot of potential for going into round three. Um, I remember everyone, we will have 2 hunter bands going into round three, and that is the most hunter bands we will be able to get besides the global bands going in. Persica Simp does need to score 8-1 this round in order to go into overtime. Um, if they can get 10-0, they will have won the round in 3 rounds. Anything less, and WWW will take it home. There is a bit of pressure going into round 3, but again, anything can happen. We've seen crazier happen before, so I'm very excited, and I'm not losing hope for either of these teams yet. I'm very excited to see what they have in store for us going into round 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure the audience feels the same way. This is why I love the stream delay because I get to see the chat's reactions live, even though we're ahead of the game. There was such a like a joy to see it move so fast. Like, wow.
Yeah, I'm so glad for the outpouring of support. I'm so glad you guys are here to enjoy these fantastic matchups with us. I mean, you know, a tournament, it does have a lot of people working together to put it on. You know, we have all our mods and our hosts and our teams, but the audience is also just as important, if not more so, by bringing that energy and by bringing that support to our community. And it's
Mhm.
why so many of us want to put on these tournaments for you guys, because we know how much you guys enjoy watching these matches. We enjoy watching these matches with you. Thank you so much for being here with us for this third season of Logging Off League. Hopefully, we'll be able to see many more in the future.
For sure. I couldn't have said it any better myself. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. Lots of love to our audience members as well as our uh, anyone participating, really. Um, that includes our staff, of course, and I'm thankful to our players as well as they continue to be on standby and go through the process with us. It's really a joy to have you all, and I really hope that this is a testament for everyone to how much we really do have as NAEU and how much potential we have as well. So I hope everyone keeps it up in all aspects and that we continue to support one another, especially moving forward into our round 3. We are getting things settled in, but in the meantime, especially considering how intense things have been so far, don't forget to take your breaks, especially if you need to head to the washroom or anything like that. Definitely have some water or some snacks if you haven't already. And yeah, sit tight.
Yeah, that's a good reminder. I need to get some more water for myself. I'm sure everyone's heard every couple of minutes, or hopefully longer than that, that I've been having a few coughing problems. I unfortunately forgot my water bottle out, but I am getting it now, filling it up, and I will be fully hydrated going into round 3. And considering how exciting these matchups are, I'm going to need every ounce of water I can get in my system.
Absolutely. Yes, that's right. Stay hydrated, Juliet. Rah. That goes for everyone. Actually, I need to go get my water bottle. I left it in my desk.
Oh, good. We can tag out because I just filled mine up. Overall, this has been a very exciting matchup so far. A lot of I don't think we've only seen about half of the top survivor picks from the group stage of KOA this time. If anyone actually went and checked their match predictions for group stage, surprisingly, Aeroplanist was the most picked survivor in group stage by 57 points. Tied
Mhm.
for that was First Officer and Puppeteer, tied for second with 56 games, just one behind the Airplanist. And the Gravekeeper was third with, I believe, 52 picks, a little more potentially. But he has become such a popular round 1 pick, and Puppeteer tends to get picked so often. But we've yet to see that Aeroplanist or that First Officer come into play. I wonder if we'll be seeing either of them going into round 3.
For sure. If we aren't going to be seeing anyone else like off meta or particularly unorthodox, I would definitely love to see both the First Officer or the Aeroplanist or both. Definitely enjoy both of their gameplays. And yeah, I wish I chose them for my bet. No, actually what I wish I took Florian out at the last second. I was like, okay, I'll just go double Mike just to be sure. And I think Florian
Oh
was 6th
no.
and Mike was 7th, and I was so ashamed of
Oh,
myself. But yeah. Oh yeah.
I
Mhm.
I said I was the one I picked was Mercenary because he's
Oh, that's
always been
solid.
kind of a staple pick, but I think with the introduction of double new hunter meta with Goatman and Hullabaloo, Gravekeeper ended up edging, for lack of a better term, edging him out of that just
Mhm.
by being much more useful as a lock-in for that first round.
Yeah, definitely. And in terms of taking damage, we definitely have some other options on the table as well. Like I think even with Puppeteer, um, not just like upon his debut, but also with the adjustments to Puppeteer more recently. Not as recent as the latest patch, but the little switcheroo that happened when uh, Joseph, like the photographer and the hermit, were decent counters to the Puppeteer, but then with the Puppeteer's adjustments, it completely tipped the scale. So
Oh
I
yeah.
feel like especially with that, it just leaves room for Mercenary to sort of get benched, but also, with that into consideration, these other viable choices might end up taking the ban slots, and it does allow for the Mercenary, of course, to be playable.
Oh yeah, there's pretty much anything that can happen going into round 3. Looking at our global bans, I know we have Mercenary and Journalist globally banned for WWW. Meanwhile, only when it comes to rescues, I think only Gravekeeper is banned for Persica Simp at the moment. I'm not sure whether or not Weeping Clown counts as rescue. I think he's more of a kiting type, but he does tend to get used as a pseudo rescuer
Mm-hmm.
as we've seen in actually both of these round 2 matches. Like there really is a potential to even just because a character is called a rescuer or a true rescuer doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to be utilized for rescues. There are so many useful abilities that other survivors have now that really you could get a rescue out of anyone.
Definitely. And I think that's really helpful in the long run because considering the meta and what's at stake and what you could possibly go up against, it just really puts the emphasis that everyone needs to be willing to, and will probably have to be put in a position where they might have to rescue, or there's all sorts of tasks that you need to meet the win criteria, of course. And I think rescuing is a big thing. And especially when you're going up against formidable hunters, regardless of who they're playing, there's a lot at stake. And sometimes the first person in line or the most optimal choice isn't going to be no, I think I worded it wrong. The most optimal choice isn't going to be first in line all the time. So that's something to consider.
Oh yeah, there are just a lot of options, especially with the way the meta has been a bit switched around now. And like we were talking about at the beginning of the matchup, the fact that we have so many hunters now, like Hullabaloo and Goatman and Peddler and so on and so forth, that have basically switched up what the basic strategy of this game. Where Cypher Rush is very important, kiting and supporting kites are very important, and a role that a survivor may have had originally might not be the best role for them in the moment. I mean, you have the gardener has always been a containment character, but she does tend to get subbed in as for a rescue quite a bit. Weeping Clown, we've seen how useful he could be as as pretty much a triple threat of a kiter, harasser, and rescuer. Heck, I've even seen Explorer used as a rescuer because of that being able to be undetected when he's tiny. Overall, there's just so much potential for all these different characters, and especially with these new reworks, it's very exciting to have a bit more of a fluid and sometimes unpredictable meta. It's a very exciting landscape going into going into 2025 competitive season.
Absolutely. Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better myself. Um, I think we are still getting things set up. And okay, thank you.
Here we go.
We are going to be entering our ban and pick screen for the first half of round 3. This time we are going to be having the Persica Simps survivors up again, I believe, and we are going to be having WWW hunting for this first half here. Now, of course, since we're moving into round 3, we are going to be having quite a number of global bans, them being our like mechanic, our puppeteer, our gravekeeper, and our fire investigator, cheerleader, and weeping clown. Definitely fun to have seen them, but we are going to be saying bye for now. And as for hunters in the global band, it is going to be the Hullabaloo and the Bloody Queen.
Yeah, overall, a lot of very strong survivors and hunters locked off, but that does at the same time allow for some very strong hunter and survivor picks next. And what's going to be interesting is the difference in map selection for this round versus the previous two. Red Church and Arms Factory are both smaller maps with very tight kiting areas. Meanwhile, Moonlit River is not only a very big map, so significantly bigger than both of those, but it also has a very unique style to it where the map is divided into two halves, with the only thing connecting those halves being the bridges connecting the over the river, the Moonlit River, as it's called. But overall, it's I've seen a team with excellent survivor comp get completely decimated because their rotation was a bit off, and they decoded all the ciphers on one side, but left all their ciphers on the other side to decode, which basically cut the size of the map in half for the hunter, who was able to get much more control and basically turn a very likely 3-man escape situation into a 4-man elimination.
Yeah, definitely. That's a really good point, Juliet. And that's when the sort of cipher progress has to be taken into account, as well as your rotation, even just from your spawn selection as well. Like Juliet mentioned, we are with not just two halves, but an even bigger grid to choose from. So the typical 3x3 grid spawn, no matter what direction you put it, isn't quite optimal in terms of Moonlit River Park. But similarly to the Red Church, in terms of unique features of a map, Moonlit River Park, of course, has the coaster. So I think if I'm going to manifest anything, I'm definitely looking for some coaster action. We don't see enough of it. I think we tend to see more ever sleeping tram action in logging off. So I'm definitely a voucher uh of this roller coaster, especially during mid kite, or to maximize the distance that you can reach. Now that we're heading into round three, of course, with so many survivors entering the global bans and hunters as well, there's definitely the possibility of some key distance makers such as the priestess or possibly the toy merchant getting banned. But of course, if they're up for grabs, it does allow for a lot more opportunities to maximize your distance and travel time. Of course, we might not be seeing bans like this. I know in the previous matchup, we didn't see a priestess ban on Moonlit River Park for one of the matches due to the hunter going for that breaking wheel pick. But with that into consideration, there's definitely a lot of hunters who make that distance. Of course, Hullabaloo and Bloody Clean, respectively, have been taken off the table, and they can definitely make for a lot of distance. But even with those two hunter bans, as we move forward, there's still quite a couple of hunters who can cover ground um, quite quickly, or have methods to kind of stunt the survivors. Like I'm thinking of Hermit and Clerk. Oh, especially Clerk, where it doesn't matter if it takes time for her to travel across the map. Being able to record survivors and kind of block them off from decoding both ciphers or exit gates definitely puts a hinder on their progress and closes in the gap between both factions. So, yeah. Oh, and you know what? We did talk about the Guard 26. Forgive me for rambling, but
Never apologize for rambling. Oh my gosh. I love hearing
likewise.
your insights, believe me.
Likewise. Thank you, Juliet. But I know the both of us were definitely discussing that Guard 26 who has been recently adjusted when it comes to not just distance, but distance in terms of pursuit, I'd say. When it comes to having to do those rescues, having those survivors chaired, there are hunters who definitely pose a threat in terms of like pressure, and that's also an option too, because the biggest threat that Guard 26 imposes now is an even more brutal camp with the new adjustment to the bombs that he can stack onto the chair. Like it significantly increases the chair time, or well, reduces the amount of chair time left. But we are going to be choosing our bans and picks here. Juliet, I'll hand it over to you.
No problem. Our first bans are going to be Priestess and Seer for the survivors, as well as Goatman and Shadow for the hunters. Meaning we could possibly see Hermit Clerk, Guard 26, even Opera Singer potentially, even though this is not one of her strongest maps. She is a very strong hunter and can still overcome that as long as she plays her cards right. But we have locked in Mercenary and Psychologist first off, as well as banning that Barmaid. So it looks like we are trying to reduce the number of healers we have on the board.
Mhm.
Oh my God. Sorry. Hey,
Yay.
so you know how I said I feel about Archer the way you feel about
Yes.
Florian? I also feel about Evelyn the way you feel about Florian. So seeing Pharaoh Lady pop up is very, very exciting. I love playing her so much. I know she can be pretty notorious for stealing from Cypher. She probably should.
Mhm.
Oh my
Oh my
gosh.
goodness, it's a double whammy for Juliet.
I am winning so. This is such a fun team comp. I am so happy with this. We have Mercenary, Psychologist, Pharaoh Lady, and Little Girl, all picked by Persica Simp, with our final ban being that Psychologist, just trying to avoid that extra boon and speed boost that the psychologist and patient can get with each other, which could be potential for a disadvantage on the hunter side, especially if they're by the exit gate or about to get struck down. But overall, this is a very exciting team comp. I'm very looking forward to seeing these characters in action.
Likewise, this is really going to be fun. And what a way to kick off our rounds 3 as well. We are getting things settled. I'm so excited to see who the hunter is going to be because this does make for quite a tricky team composition. I definitely forgot about the little girl in terms of covering ground. Being able to teleport to any of your teammates definitely imposes quite a big threat to the hunter as well as offering that support if we want to go for that memory sync as well. And when it comes to the mercenary, of course, when you have those elbow pads, even if you have just 3, I believe we did prior discuss the mercenaries adjustments and nerfs throughout the years, but even with those 3 elbow pads, you can definitely maximize the distance that it takes for you to get to a chair. We just have to watch out again for any hunter that might want to bait out those elbow pads, get that countdown. Same with the Pharaoh Lady as well, if she chooses to use that cane to kind of dupe the hunter.
Oh, speaking of interesting choices, we've gone ahead and selected the undead as our hunter for round 3.
Ooh.
This is very exciting. For anyone not familiar, the undead is also a hunter with a very unique playstyle, and that he does not utilize rocket chairs. Instead, once he knocks you down, you have to self-heal or be healed by another teammate. And if you go over a certain line, you will end up bleeding out. But he also has a very unique skill where he can also dash and move the dungeon location. I believe he also was he one of the hunters that got a rework recently? So we're looking at a update. We're looking at a buffed undead now, aren't we?
I think okay. So it does look like is one of the hunters that got buffed and did get a boost for his jump there. That they definitely have to look out for, especially considering the kind of distance between all of these kiting areas, as well as when you're trying to break that line of sight. The undead can really catch you off guard by closing in on you with that jump. And it does look like we are going to be entering this matchup shortly with our Persica Simps survivors up against our WWW Hunter. My name is Mima, and I am joined by Juliet for commentary. Good luck to both teams.
Yes, good luck to both teams. We have the mercenary and little girl on one side half of the map, while we have the fire lady and psychologist on the other. Undead is on the same side as little girl and mercenary. It looks like he's headed towards the little girl in that ruins area over by the big top for his first chase. As you can see, he does have those significant speed boosts. Little girl is continuing this kite around this area. Oh, wonderful.
Great.
She's dressed up as I love that skin.
It's so cute. Really great vaulting discipline from this little girl here. She did utilize a page, but this Percy is going to dash forward and close in that distance.
Yeah, overall, very good use of this kiting area. It's a bit tricky for an undead to have to kite around, as we see a lot of his strikes coming through straight lines. Just missing the little girl, but he is able to finally land a first hit. He does not have insolence equipped. He does have trump card and detention in play, and abnormal going into this, which really isn't a surprise considering the fire lady and the lack of decoding debuffs on this team. But he does have little girl downed now over by big top. She will need to either self-heal or get a teammate to rescue her before she crosses over that line. Then she will not be able to be rescued or be able to oh, hold on, sorry. Oh, we have an abnormal use, but Fire Lady has already popped her first cipher. Very good use of abnormal, because when you chase someone off of a cipher, The Fire Lady is able to siphon that progress to her own speeding, but we do have Fire Lady and Psychologist both decoding now. We have a second cipher nearly popped as we continue to pursue the Mercenary. Little Girl has self-healed, and Mercenary continues this chase using one of his elbow pads to gain some distance, which is cut short by that dash from the Hunter.
Oh, here's another one of those areas that definitely got a rework. This is my first time seeing it, actually.
Oh, yeah.
But we are going to be having Mercenary kind of dance around here, keeping the undead on his toes as he utilizes the last elbow pad, getting back to this reworked area in the ruins.
Yeah, and meanwhile, in that time, it looks like Little Girl was able to get fully healed. Psychologist didn't use her whistle, so we do have a bit of leeway that way. We have Tinnitus, but we have lost Tinnitus. Psychologist and Little Girl are both on the big top side of the map, both splitting up as the undead continues in pursuit. Looks like he has found the Psychologist and has taken her over near the 2-story to try and continue to chase her. She does take that first hit, but because of her shield, she is able to take it for now. Undead still has yet to reach full presence. He has reached half. He is working on that cipher pressure, chasing the Mercenary off his cipher. As Mercenary takes over the kite again, this time Rock. Oh, he was able to use another elbow pad, but that is the last one he has on hand.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we are going to be continuing this pursuit on the Mercenary here. He is going to be going for a rock height, but of course, with that delay in damage. Oh, and we aren't quite going to get the hit here. Definitely a weakness of the undead in terms of tight kiting, but really excellent vaulting discipline over by the Mercenary here, avoiding a terror shock, but we are going to see the undead switch targets after landing that hit on the Mercenary.
Yeah, the undead is trying very hard to pressure these ciphers. Once again, abnormaling one of the ciphers that was halfway through. Very good use of abnormal on his part. We have another cipher that was nearly prime, but he is back to pursuing the little girl. We do have Mercenary on another cipher now. Looks like Psychologist and Mercenary are both in the area together. Psychologist no longer has her shield, but Mercenary is very close to being down. We do have Fire Lady. She has taken over that fourth cipher. We are just looking at...
I cannot believe that charge hit did not connect, but we are going to see the Mercenary escape narrowly, vaulting and then dropping down the pallet, which does result in the undead pursuing the Psychologist, decoding at the cipher bridge here.
Yeah, and we do have 2 final ciphers ready. We were able to get 4 ciphers popped. We are potentially looking at a 4-man endgame if we can just get these last ciphers going. A pretty decent spread of them. It looks like we do... Oh, it looks like all of our ciphers are on this side of the map, but we do have Mercenary currently getting healed by the Psychologist.
And it does look like our Pharaoh Lady is siphoning progress from this cipher bridge, but we are going to have the undead pursue her next. Now, of course, this is the first time the undead has been in pursuit of her, so she is able to, whoa, beautiful juke on that charge hit, and we are going to be confusing the undead here with the trail.
Yep, and it looks like we do have both the Psychologist and Pharaoh Lady in the area, but that that jump hit will land, getting a hit on the Psychologist. We do have all these the pressure on these ciphers is really good right now, because unfortunately we do have plenty of distance. Fair Lady is continuing to take this kite over. Her her cane has recharged. No cipher progress just yet, but we are going to abnormal again, cutting off that nearly primed cipher. We are looking at a pretty tricky endgame here, just as long as we can get those ciphers going. He is getting Tinnitus in the area, but we do have everyone healed up now, as we get a third cipher opened up.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing the little girl use one of those memory fragments, and the Psychologist is going to be getting one more hit, but it does look like both the Fair Lady and Mercenary are hard at work with 2 different ciphers, and of course, knowing this, the undead is going to go over to the 3rd stop to disrupt this decoding progress.
Yep, and once again, Fire Lady does have her incest staff recharged. Abnormal isn't up just yet, but the undead is going over to the cipher on the bridge just to try and disrupt that decoding as much as he can. Looks like Fire Lady is siphoned a little bit off the top there before she was chased off of the cipher again. But we do have her in pursuit again. The 4th time we see that incense cane brought up, but she is able to avoid getting hit by the undead. We have one of those ciphers nearly primed. It looks like we are about to get it primed. We are definitely looking at a 4-person end game once that pops.
Yes, and it does look like our little girl is in pursuit, but with this healthy cipher progress, it does look like we are primed, so we are going to be seeing a pop. Little girl is the only teammate that has been down, so it does look like she is approaching the dungeon location. So, using a memory fragment, she is able to push the undead back.
Yes, and she is, as long as she can survive, and as long as he doesn't get that dungeon moved, she will have. But even if she gets knocked down, if she can crawl to it, she will survive. But it looks like we do have the dungeon.
The gate's almost
the
open.
exit gate open. Will we be able to move the exit gate in time? We are moving the dungeon. But little girl is able to jump in at the last second. We have a 4 escape from Persica Simp. That is exactly what they needed going into round 3. Excellent use of this survivor comp. Excellent use of this team coordination for Persica Simp, managing to survive the undead, making it through, and just narrowly getting through that dungeon. What an incredible display. That was an exciting match. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely. Yeah, really, really great work from both teams. Both factions were able to really keep each other neck and neck, and it definitely paid off for our Persica Simp survivors. Really well done by both teams. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm really impressed. And this is why, especially when you're fighting for that dungeon, you don't give up until the bitter end, especially with an undead. Despite the fact that he can change that location, it definitely takes quite a bit for it to actually move. So, regardless of whether you're up or down, it's not over until it's really physically gone. And yeah.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. Overall, very well played by both teams. That was very good cipher pressure from the undead. As I had mentioned before the map, before the actual game, there is danger in getting all of those ciphers onto one half of the map, but the survivors were able to balance that out perfectly. And it did help work in their favor to have a hunter that didn't need rocket shares, even though they ultimately never really, they only had one down the entire game. Fire Lady, one of her biggest weak points is the fact that she has a very big, substantial rescuing debuff. So having a healer on site, having someone who could decode and siphon off of decoding progress, and Fire Lady also having that ability to add 10% to any new cipher she starts. Little girl being able to use those book pages on her, teleporting overall, and the mercenary using up all those elbow pads. I think he got a 4th elbow pad from that
Yes.
chest. Overall, very, very good use of the map and very good use of the team comp. Persica Simp going into the second half now has a 5-0 lead. If they can get a 4-man elimination, they will win this round. And if WWW can get at least one survivor out, that will go into overtime. Anything more and they will win. So there is a lot of potential yet for a very, very exciting second half of round 3.
Absolutely. The stakes are higher than ever, honestly, and they've really just been overcoming at each step. It's just been a pleasure to see this matchup totally unfold, and there's still yet to come with our second half, of course. Really well done. I'm really looking forward to it. And taking into consideration the faction swap here, we are going to be having the Persica Simp Hunter going up forward, and taking into consideration our previous rounds, the global bans cover hunters that aren't quite meta. So, regardless of the two bans, there's definitely some leeway to have that opera singer, that shadow, um, especially with a shadow who covers so much ground. Opera singer as well, if you um, think about her speed, regardless of her nerfs. Sorry, Sangria. But um, really great work. I think something that I did want to point out, at the time, I was curious about it, but given the situation where the mercenary was definitely targeted after downing the little girl, I was kind of under the impression, oh, they're just going to whistle for the little girl. But of course, with that capability of just teleporting to another teammate, they were able to heal her up. And I think what really helped them avoid any subsequent downs was the psychologist being able to tank 2 hits without having to go down. Or, yeah, she didn't go down, but she was at half health at one point, if I recall correctly. Sorry, I know the match
Yeah.
just happened, but
Oh, no. I mean, so much had happened that it's so hard to like
Mhm.
keep track of. There were so many moving parts. Everyone took on kiting at least about a half dozen times, I would say. I think everyone ended up kiting the undead multiple times, even if just for
Mhm.
a few seconds. But oh my god, it ended up working out so well in their favor. And like you said, that teleporting ended up being a huge help. Overall, I mean, it was a very, I would say, with the both Fair Lady and Little Girl, that's a very unorthodox survivor composition. But they ended up using those survivors' skills and strengths to their advantage, and the result was absolutely beautiful for Persica Simp. And like you were saying before, they also have an advantage going into round 3 with both their global bans right now being Smiley Face and Hellember, who are nowhere near the level of the Fantastic Four, which means no matter who gets banned in the first half, by whichever two hunters get banned by the survivors, that still leaves 2 of the Fantastic Four open. But even then, we could see anything really. I mean, like you were saying before, we have Hermit and Clerk who are potential options. I've seen plenty of Disciple picks on Moonlit, Axe Boy picks. It's not the best map for the Dream Witch, but I've seen
Mhm.
Dream Witch players be able to get 4-man eliminations on here. And I mean, as we saw in the first round, I mean, in the first matchup today, a Ripper was able to get a 4-man elimination here without even having to switch to teleport. Um, and who could forget that one Wu Chong match all the way back in Koa 7, was it?
Mhm.
It was HHDG who was able to get a 4-man elimination on Moonlit River with Wu Chong, which was really exciting. Overall, there's just so much potential, even though a big map could be intimidating, there's still
Mhm.
just so much that we could still see yet. And I'm very excited to see what these teams have in store for us in this second half for the third round, with a lot riding on what goes down.
Absolutely. I really hope we continue our streak of having um our interesting surprise picks, especially picks that involve recently adjusted characters. Of course, since we're playing on the new patch, I mean, we can't take anything off the table because in our previous round, we even saw the Mind's Eye, who, of course, is rather notorious for not being an optimal pick or even like a throw pick, as Juliet has mentioned earlier. Um, so we can really see anyone. I know we've talked about Guard 26 here and there. You know who also got adjusted? Fool's Gold.
Oh my gosh.
I,
Oh yeah, and he's one I've seen on pretty big maps do some damage
yeah.
too. It really just depends.
Like the collision is um not as hindering for the Fool's Gold. And especially when it comes to a map like Moonlit River Park, there's lots of open areas as well. You can really get a clear shot. I think the similar adjustment kind of carried over to Smiley Face as well, who we did end up seeing in our previous round 2. So if you weren't tuned in for that, definitely be sure to catch a replay up on the Lambo Lunar channel here. Hint, hint, wink, wonk.
Yeah, by all means, please tune in. This is why it's so important to check out local tournaments, not just because it helps build up the NAU community, not just because it shows what we're capable of out here, and helps get people some good practice and recognition going into more competitive seasons. But you also get to see some of the coolest matchups and games. I mean, nobody on a professional team would have picked all like these different compositions and being able to pull off these compositions. You would not see anything like what we've seen today anywhere but here or in another local tournament where we have our own strategies, our own ideas, and it's honestly just so exciting to see. After seeing match after match after match of Opera, Hullabaloo, Goatman, Opera, Hullabaloo, Goatman, it is so nice and refreshing to honestly have barely seen any of those hunters at all in this match. I am having such a blast with this meta. I am having such a blast with this tournament. And to think that this is only day one.
Right? Yeah, we definitely have a lot more in store. I'm really hoping that anyone here or anyone who does catch wind of this tournament find some availability on these upcoming weekends. And moving forward for other tournaments as well, we have quite a few that pop up in just NAEU alone. So I really hope that this encourages everyone to keep up the support and definitely keep an eye and ear out for what we have in store and what's already being done.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, Nima. Overall, just please keep tuning in. Please keep your eye on the competitive scene. As we've been saying, that what you're seeing now is not going to be the meta you're going to see in even just a month. Once we get more characters in, once we get more adjustments in, once those post-Koa reworks come in, there is just so much potential for other completely wild matchups. I mean, we've already seen today what the Ripper is capable of. Imagine about a month or two from now, after people have played with him, after people have figured him out, after NetEase has tracked his data, seeing what if something needs to be reworked, something needs to be nerfed or buffed. Just in just one character, a lot can change. And overall, and that's just one character. This is a game full of about, I think we're over 70 characters now, aren't we? That it's really incredible. We have such a wide pool. I mean, there are still so many survivors we could pick. As we can see, we do have the global bands of embalmer, gardener, mercenary, psychologist, journalist, and weeping clown. That's just a small fraction of the survivors available to be played here. We could see potentially just about anything. Different harassers, different kiters, different decoders. I mean, we haven't seen a cowboy in a while. I wouldn't mind seeing a cowboy again. I know he's one who had a rework a while ago, but his rework is still pretty interesting and could be very crucial. But we are getting into round 3, the second half. And for the third time, we have Antiquarian and Mechanic banned by the Persica Simp Hunter.
Fair enough. I will admit that Moonlit River Park is still definitely a map that I guess you don't really want mechanic in play in general, but it's definitely bothersome when you have the map split into two, like Juliet has detailed previously. But if you don't locate her, it gives her free reign, herself and her bot. But there is room for other decoders who quite a number of them have been adjusted. So not just the Mind's Eye, who we did see in our round 2, but Explorer was adjusted too. But putting decoders aside, it does look like we have our 2 first picks, and it's going to be First Officer and the Seer. First Officer is definitely a good pick, as well as a favored pick. As Juliet has mentioned earlier, we hadn't quite seen him yet, but being able to utilize the pocket watch, especially to guarantee a safe rescue, is really useful. Like what he doesn't account for in closing up distance, I feel like he can accommodate with the sort of mind games he can play on the hunter when it comes to going in for that rescue.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of potential use in that first officer. I'm a first officer main, so I'm always happy to see him. But thank you for going into detail on him, Mima, because he is. I would not be able to shut up if I started. But we do have. Ooh, we have our last 2 bands and picks. We have Cheerleader, and I believe that is the Puppeteer band, and we have the Barmaid and Perfumer locked in, and we also have Hullabaloo and Shadow as our 2 hunter bands from WWW, which means that does leave Opera and Goatman on the table, but it also leaves plenty of other hunters on the table. And with what I've been seeing from these 2 teams, I mean, just looking at this comp alone, it's pretty much just expect the unexpected at this point.
Absolutely. Especially when the stakes are as high as the win conditions for this round. If Persica Simps does end up eliminating all of these survivors, they do take home the win and advance in the tournament.
Yeah, it really just comes down to how this match is played, who is able to outplay the other side fundamentally. Overall, this is a very strong survivor composition. Barmaid is able to heal everyone on this team. First officer, he has his hypnosis, able to keep the hunter busy when kiting, but also disorient them a bit when rescuing, and getting a slight decoding buff. In fact, oh
my
gosh,
goodness.
hold everything. We just had a geisha lock in. Told you to expect the unexpected, even though she is a fairly semi-frequent off meta pick for round 3 and beyond, but she has fallen off in favor of hunters like the Disciple and the Disciple and other hunters like the Axe Boy or the sorry, I'm trying to think, who else have we seen? Well, it doesn't matter. We have Geisha now, and that's what matters.
Yes. This is going to be really exciting, though this team does pose a formidable threat against the Geisha, especially when you have Seer partnered with either the Barmaid or the Perfumer. They make for an excellent combo, even just a duo. But now that you have all 3 of them in play, as well as the First Officer, they can definitely keep the stakes high as they have been throughout all these rounds and matchups. So we are going to be proceeding into the second half of rounds 3 here with our Persica Simps Hunter up against our WWW Survivors. My name is Miba, and I am with Juliet commentating for you in this final round. Good luck to both teams.
Yes, good luck to both teams. Very happy to see Geisha's one skin in play. Just very happy to see Geisha in general. It looks like she is headed down to pursue the Seer first, allowing the Barmaid, Perfumer, and Barmaid and Perfumer both have a cipher going. First Officer has yet to find a cipher, but we are landing our first hit on the Seer, and while attack recovery is in motion, Seer will be taking that roller coaster.
First Officer turned off the second stop, allowing the Seer to head over to our presumably third platform, unless that one was also turned off. And it does look like it wasn't, so we are going to have Geisha dash towards the third platform, still pursuing the Seer. But since then, the Seer's owl has returned. We do also have a flywheel to work with, but Oh, we are going to be anticipating the seer over there, but not quite. Yeah, just
and
swooping the geisha around this ruins here.
Yeah, it looks like the geisha
Ooh.
is giving up on the seer for now and instead is going to disrupt decoding. Perfumer does have one of her perfumes in play. Geisha is anticipating that, but we won't be seeing that perfume in use.
Oh, beautiful flywheel here. We aren't. Oh, we are going to be seeing a blink hit here. So, it really does hinder the usage of Euphoria here. But of course, we still have a Seer Owl to work with, and a Cypher has been popped.
Yep, pretty good Cypher progress so far from WWW. Oh, and the Owl will come to rescue the Perfumer from that hit that would have downed her as she didn't have Euphoria in play. But we do have Euphoria up for the third time. The Geisha is watching just to see if she'll go ahead and recall with it, breaking that pallet and continuing this kite around as we have two Cyphers nearly primed. Oh, unable to hit the Perfumer as she drops that pallet, but she is down now.
Yeah, good anticipation for that pallet drop. I feel like this is a very patient geisha player. This hunter is notorious for being able to be so vulnerable to pallet hits, but we are going to be seeing Perfumer go into the basement, which will definitely pose a greater threat in terms of rescuing this Perfumer here. But our first officer isn't too far off.
Yeah, it looks like First Officer is in the area to get that rescue in. He is using his first pocket watch. We do have some serious Cypher rush going on right now. We have two Cyphers about to be popped, and we have the final First Officer's last Cypher nearly primed as he rescues the Perfumer. We are able to land a fall hit on the Perfumer, but the First Officer still in the area, and the First Officer this will be a double down, which does put the survivors at a disadvantage with that last Cypher still not primed. But we do have the Seer on it already. And it looks like the Perfumer I can't see where she ended up, but we do have Barmaid in the area coming in for that rescue as we head down to Dungeon to chair the First Officer once Cypher is primed.
One of the strengths of the First Officer is having that long chair time, so there's really a lot of time here. But the Barmaid is just going to go ahead and go for that rescue, use the Dublin on herself, and of course the First Officer still has his pocket watch, but it looks like we're going to preserve it for now.
Yeah, a little bit of a dungeon dance right here as we get that, as we try to figure out exactly what's going on, who we're going to hit. Barmaid, we are going to
nice
get that full Dublin in. Oh, sorry.
It was a fun attempt. I love seeing geishas try to utilize the dash to try and use the fall animation, but it does look like we are going to get the hit on our First Officer here, entering our end game with 4 survivors up in play still.
And it looks like we have teleported and used trump card to swap from blink to teleport, but we teleported away from the gate that is currently being decoded. We will have they need to have at least 2 survivors escape to win. It looks like we are going to reach that. Continuing to pursue the survivor, able to get the Seer down right as he drops the pallet.
That's right, and it does look like we are going to be seeing the First Officer catch up to the gate here, and we are going to be seeing a 3-man escape for our WWW survivors.
Very well done by both teams. This was an exciting matchup from start to finish. Honestly, with the odds stacked against them from the first round, Persica Simp was able to hold on for a very long time. Excellent work from their survivors, excellent work from their hunters. In the end, the survivor coordination on WWW is just so strong. I mean, what an incredible display we've seen here. And their hunter too had such excellent gameplay throughout the entire thing. Overall, this has been such a fun matchup to see. GG to both teams, and congratulations to WWW for a well fought for and well earned victory.
Yes, absolutely. It's so sad when you're watching like the first matchups because you'll inevitably have to say goodbye to a lot of the teams. But it was definitely such a joy to watch both, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of Persica Simps in the future. And of course, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing more of WWW as they move on into the tournament.
Yes, we have so much to look forward to for both teams. Just because Persica Simps isn't advancing forward, we still have such high hopes to see them succeed next time. Congratulations to WWW for moving on with our other winners today, which was Rui Potatoes.
Hmm.
Tomorrow we'll be figuring out who the other two teams that will be joining us at the semifinals are. And I believe we're both commentating for a match each, aren't we?
Yes, we're gonna be separated.
Oh no, but that's okay
Yes,
because we still have Bones and Sam who are going to be excellent commentators. You got to hear Bones
absolutely.
this earlier today commentating with Zero. And then tomorrow you'll get to hear both. You'll get to hear Bones come back again, as well as getting to hear Sam for the first time this tournament. So that'll be really exciting.
Absolutely. Yes. Okay. So for anybody who does want to tune in for tomorrow or is checking for availability, it is going to be starting at the same time. We are going to be 12 p.m. PST, 3 p.m. EST, 9 p.m. CET. For reference, it's when the noon hour rank ends for NAEU. We are going to be having CH4 versus CPDD. And after that,